I've just been informed that we're now videoing, and that goes online later on, so that if you would like to listen to something that you wanted to hear more about, or see how the meetings go, everything is on YouTube, and so you can follow that through off the agenda. So just note, if you've got, I often say this, a secret recipe from your grandmother, and you're chatting to the person about it, just know that that may be recorded for the whole world to hear. Also, the discussion happens at the table here, but sit back and relax in the lounge until we call you up for your turn. I think we've got everybody written on here today, and I've got a new thing to note. Please ensure phones are on silent as well. So other than that, we will begin with the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mākina ki kuta, kia mātara karakitai, I hihaki ara atukura, I tiro e huka, e haupu, tihei, mōrewia. Thank you very much. Apologies, we've got Tyrone as an apology today. And then we'll just get straight into it with the open forum. We've got Janine from the Littleton Harbour Information Centre. Come on up. Hello, Janine.
Hi,
thanks for coming. How was your summer?
Yeah, busy. Yeah. Although not as busy as maybe it could have been due to the lack of sun, but
yes, yeah, no, I understand that. Would you like me to let you know when you've got 1 minute left?
Yeah, hopefully I'm going to stand. I don't know where's the best place to stand.
Wherever you're most comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Tēnā koutou e tēnei ata. My name is Janine Clark, as I've been introduced. I'm the coordinator of the Littleton Harbour Information Centre. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to come to speak to you today. We are privileged to live in such a culturally and historically rich place, set in a geographically significant and scenically stunning natural harbour. We have so much to offer to our visitors, and not only that, we're here to support our community and local businesses. And we're always looking at ways that we can connect the two to mutual benefit, whether that be through promoting and directing visitors to local businesses, or through our training sessions to local taonga and historical sites. We also provide information for our local community via our website, with its What's On in Littleton calendar, local papers and information on whakaora, healthy harbour, predator-free peninsula, water safety, community house, beneficiary advisory service, companion driver transport, and many council initiatives. We have 26 volunteers and 1 paid coordinator who works 15 hours a week, and we're governed by the Littleton Information and Resource Centre Trust. The paid role is funded in part by the council and additionally by other grants and charities, and is reviewed annually as funding is an ongoing issue. We're open every day except Christmas Day and Good Friday, and we're open from 10 till 2 in the summer and 10:30 till 2:30 in the winter. In 2025, we saw 10,527 visitors. 1,841 of those arrived on cruise ships between October and April. We align with the Community Board's priorities of thriving destinations through sustainable and regenerative tourism, supporting young people to thrive, supporting resilient communities, and supporting older people living locally. We also keep an eye on the public toilets next door. We support the Whakaraupo Carving Centre and Living Springs and other local initiatives that might be considering a sustainable tourism offering by providing connections and information on what visitors' expectations are. We're also looking to work together with the 2 other volunteer-led information centres at Little River and Aharawa to connect, share ideas and promote the peninsula. Our volunteers range in age from 18 years to 80 years, or over 80 years in some cases, and volunteer for many reasons. Some younger members of the team do so whilst in between jobs, or to gain customer-facing experience, or to improve their English if they have recently immigrated to New Zealand. Our older volunteers enjoy sharing their extensive knowledge, contributing to their community, and the social aspects of meeting and talking to new people. In doing so, we feel we are supporting both young and older people in our community. We provide support to the local emergency hub and its contributions to community resilience by distributing leaflets and supporting poster campaigns. We have strong connections with the museum, Tug Littleton, Grub Cottage, and the Torpedo Boat Museum, plus the Antarctic Society, promoting our Antarctic heritage, and look forward to the building of the new museum, which could see collaborative working of all the volunteers for the various sites around Littleton, and provide a hub for those resources to be managed as a living museum.
1 minute left.
We are rewarded by the feedback that we get from those that come into the centre to seek advice on what they might do with their time in Littleton. Many come back afterwards with comments such as, "We enjoyed our time in Littleton, in New Zealand, and especially Littleton," or "I wanted to express our heartfelt gratitude for the outstanding help you provided when we were in Littleton." I hope that I have managed to highlight the asset that the Littleton Harbour Information Centre is to our community, and to hope that we can all continue to work together to the benefit of that community.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Have you got any questions or comments from elected members?
How can the community board help?
Just keep pushing us up there in the funding support. I think is probably our biggest struggle is funding, just to keep things ticking over. We don't generate a lot of income from what we sell, because it's kind of that risk benefit balance at the moment. So
working in with Little River and Akaroa, and so is that you're sharing information, getting together to talk about how to work more? How exactly are you?
Yeah, so we've only sort of started that, that career. So we're sort of all going to meet up, and again, it's looking at perhaps how we can approach funding issues to support each other in that side of things. So,
that's fantastic. I think meeting up to talk about those types of things and coming back here, really, really good. I know we've tried really hard in the past to get you through on many different things. So we just keep working on that by the sounds of it. And love what you do. I've spent many years working in a visitor information centre in central Christchurch myself, and so I just think that face-to-face contact with people is so important for just being great, welcomers to the community, but also building a community itself. So really appreciate what you do.
No, I mean, it's amazing how many people actually come here because they've looked for an information centre and there isn't one in the centre.
Interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
And they often even come from the airport straight to Littleton because, I don't know.
Wow,
they found
really?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Wow.
Well,
We go and talk to someone.
We've just come to the airport. Yeah, exactly. And we'd like to talk to somebody. We've sort of looked up stuff, but it's always nice to have that.
Yeah, run through with somebody who's actually lives here and knows it firsthand. Yeah. Thank you so much. And thanks for coming today and presenting to us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lovely. Patsy and Charlotte, come on up. You're going to talk to us today about children and teens in Birdling's Flat.
Thank you very much.
Is it helpful for me to let you know when you've got a minute, or you just want to?
Let her know when she's got a minute.
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
Let's give her a wave to change the slides. Oh, you got to click us. If that doesn't work.
Yeah, do the wave as well if that doesn't work.
Okay, no.
Okay. Good morning. Charlotte and I both live in Birdling's Flat and are involved in the Birdling's Flat community. And today we want to talk to you about a survey we did, which was called Kids Have Your Say. We've put up on the PowerPoint the actual survey and the results, but actually we want to talk about the journey we took to get to Kids Have Your Say, because that's where the learnings were. In 2016-17, the Birdling's Flat got their community hall, and thank you, council and Little River Trust and all of the community. And we were so excited, and the adults busily got going. They got their committee together. They ran events, all adult focused. They ran, soup and fun, table tennis, sharing our stories, chicks the birds. There was a children's group, but they only ran events a couple of times a year, but no continuing events. However, the kids started to knock on the adult's door, and the first thing that happened was they turned up to the table tennis night. No one had thought about that children wanted to play table tennis. So we set about doing a children's table tennis night, a weekend night one. And then we started the art fence, which was a huge undertaking, which was the local artists of Birdlings Flat doing a metre by metre work of art. 2 kids came and put their work on the art fence, a 15-year-old girl and an 18-year-old boy. And we weren't still hearing them. The next thing that happened was they started to try and become part of the adult section. And last year, we have a very good photography competition, and a 9-year-old won the Supreme Award. A 15-year-old got third in the landscape photography section, and the judge, Steve Atwood, said that section was a professional photography standard. So slowly we were starting to realise that none of us really knew how many kids were on Birdlings Flat and who they were. So we decided to have a walk around, because the only way you find out what's going on in Birdlings Flat is you put running shoes on and you walk the streets. And we found 30 kids lived in Birdlings Flat, and 5 came most weekends to visit parents. What was interesting was, as we talked to them, we realised they didn't know each other. No child knew more than 3 other children in the community, and that was because they went to different schools. The parents who worked in town, it was easier for the kids to go to school there. And there was no kids' place, no regular kids' activity. And so it was a very isolated children's community. So I'm going to hand over to Charlotte, who then started to do a workshop with the kids and the learning that she had from that.
Yeah, I applied for some creative community scheme funding a couple of years ago. I got $3,000 to do some art sessions with kids to kind of bring them on the art on the fence, make their own art space. And first off, it was really hard to get all the kids in a room together because no one knew each other and they're all beholden to their parents' schedules. The kids have to go to town when the parents go to town. There's no way for them to be autonomous. And we have this great reserve, but it's kind of only really fit for a certain demographic of children. But of course, we've got all of this space and none of it's really fit for purpose. So when I did get all the kids together, I found that they were just bursting with ideas for what they could do together, and they were emulating the adults' activities. They wanted to do quiz nights, they wanted to have a walking group, they wanted to have sleepovers. So then that led, one piece of context is we do have some parts of our reserve that are up for renewal. So this is kind of why we're here, trying to get some momentum behind the children. So Steffi came and did this wonderful survey for the children. The kids all feel like people are welcoming and they've got friends here in social community, but that's not really what I was finding. They didn't know each other, and they've got no one to hang out with. So they had a bunch of ideas, like wild ideas of what they want. The most important thing was that for them was getting connected to the city and having a dirt bike area. And for the young ones, they wanted playground upgrades and a basketball court.
You got 1 minute, thank you.
Yeah. So what we found was we've got some activities that we can take charge of. Do you want me to keep speaking?
Yep.
Yeah. So some of the activities that the kids wanted, rock climbing walls, more art, skate, scooter path. We know that they're not all doable, but what we can do for them is do a baking school within our hall. We can set up a motorbike trail. We're already talking to people in the community about that, and film nights. But what we want to talk to the council about is enhancing our kids' space. We'd really like a bouldering wall. We've got kids that are interested in that, and that's something that they can do with the adults. We also see some potential for that to connect them to town. There's bouldering gyms in town. It's also very Birdlings Flat having a rock wall. And a driftwood hut. We'd like a hangout space for the teens. They're all hanging out in their houses on TikTok, getting socially stunted, and they should be hanging out together somewhere. We think a half basketball court would be great because in the future we can put the table tennis out there, which is already not fitting in the hall. We can have squash and games that apply to the older generations and to the parents and children. And the hall itself also has aspirations to adapt the deck to make it a bit more user-friendly. Do I have a picture of the deck? Somewhere. So what we want from the community board is we want a commitment to our long-term sort of vision for our village and our community space. We've got an aging population at the moment, but that will change. Birdling's flat is kind of up and coming. So we really want to start beginning now in the near future, the improvements to our facilities to make them a bit more fit to purpose, to be able to be used by everyone. And then looking in the future to make the most out of all of this space. And that's it.
Fantastic, thank you. Got any questions for these lovely ladies? Do the adults like to do sleepovers?
What I'm thinking is that the parents are feeling overburdened by having to go to work, drop kids off at school, and if we could get the kids all hanging out and go to one person's house one weekend, then it will give the adults some time, and if they could start sharing the kids around and having sleepovers and stuff, then we hear from the parents that they're too busy to get involved in anything within the community or to bring their kids to them. So we're like, how do we use that whole it takes a village to raise the kids thing?
100%.
Yeah, thank you. Well done. Finding that 30 kids live in Berlin Street and nobody, they don't know each other very well. It's a good time. Have you made a submission to triennial plan?
Have we made a submission? I think we were coming, I think Tyrone expressed that we should present
Come here,
to you guys for
And then
support.
go from there, yeah.
But we have energy to do the admin and the work behind it. Just with some
That is-
And you're working with Steffi as well, aren't you?
Yeah, so this was the beginning of the conversation, because it's been quite a journey to understand that the children actually were very isolated.
And that was by Patsy walking door to door,
Yeah.
finding out who had kids.
Yeah, that's very well. There is one priority around youth, the triennial plan, so definitely keep that in mind.
That's really good to know.
Thank you.
We just need to make sure we apply where the resources are available.
Another priority, which is forming village plans,
Awesome.
which is the sort of thing you're doing. How do you replan Berlin flat rather than being sort of ad hoc? How you can plan for the next 10 to 20 years?
That's great. We'll go look at that.
Because you
And it's
created.
like when things grow organically, it sort of creeps up on you and you suddenly realise the demands are different. I think that the adults were looking at a village plan, but they actually hadn't realised that the children were invisible in that plan. And so what's happening is all of that information and communication is starting to now get focused. And we need to make sure that the children have an identity. I think the board has been superb for the adults. It's a place, they do lots of things in it. They express their identity in their place. So this was really just the beginning conversation. So we know we've got a lot of work ahead of us, but we also wanted you to understand that what we were putting forward had come from a groundswell and was real rather than we need a new bright red swing. That's not what we're talking about.
And we don't want a new swing set.
No.
We want something.
Bouldering wall. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for identifying the need and coming here today to represent that so that we understand it. Really appreciate all that you guys do. Thank you so much. Right, Steve, History Environment Project, come on up to the front. Would you like me to let you know when you've got a minute left, or are you happy just to keep talking and I'll let you know when you've finished?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay,
But I think it'll be a discussion rather than me.
okay, sure.
Birdling's flat again, more or less from.
Sorry, just a moment, Steve.
Board members, there's a document on the big tin can for you to.
Okay, document, thank you. The floor is yours, Steve.
Thank you. This presentation is more about the visitors than the residents, perhaps. As you heard, Birdling's flat is a burgeoning little settlement, otherwise known as Te Mata Hapuku, which means the face of the groper, and it refers to a pā site that stood once upon a time where the village now stands. And the place is otherwise known as Poronui, which means big flat. and it was given that name by the post office in 1909. So there are 3 or 4 names for Birdlings Flat. The population currently is about 250, we figure. But it is becoming more and more popular for visitors because it's access to the beach and the ocean very close to Christchurch. So to the south, lots of more people are coming and visiting. Do you have my paper to put up on the, thank you. I counted on Waitangi weekend over 100 cars in the car park. I believe the car park is under review. So this is a very timely proposal. What we want to do is to build an open-sided whare, about 6 meters by 4 meters, and in it have freestanding panels which describe the history, the environment, the settlement of the area for the benefit of visitors. There is the new reserve that the city has recently bought called Oashaw. There are at least 3 visible pā sites, which one of them, Orowaka, is the best preserved pā site in the South Island. It's hardly known, and many people who come to the place don't even know of its existence. So we started off with the art on the fence, as has been referred to. That was a very successful project, and we initially thought of history on the fence as following on from it. But as the discussion evolved, we settled on the idea of something that was covered rather in the style. I don't know if you've ever been to Jackson's Bay in Southwestland. There is a wonderful freestanding, open-sided whare with information panels. That's my very crude drawing, but just to give you the idea. There is another in Kaikoura, which is very similar to what we imagine. We imagine a partnership between the Runanga, the council, and the lottery board for funding. We're not here today to ask for funding. We're here to inform you, to seek your reaction, and to seek your approval in principle for the idea. So an indication of what some of the panels might have. Could you scroll up, please? There are strong links all around. I mean, we've already got the feeling that this project has momentum of its own, and we're likely to be overtaken by the participants. The Runanga is very enthusiastic because they see it as the gateway to so many places of interest. DOC, I don't think has much capacity these days to help us. They no longer have a design department or a department that produces signage, so we gather. But I hope to speak to Alison Evans very shortly, the ranger, to inform her. We've already approached the Runanga and got their enthusiastic support. And we imagine going to the Place Partnership Fund for the City Council. So this is just a heads up, really. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them, or if you can add any ideas to what we're contemplating, that would be terrific.
Sounds amazing. Sounds like a really almost needed thing in Birdlings Flat because it has so much important history and cultural information that we need to know, even to be environmental, even to be there. Sounds wonderful. So you were saying are you an associate? Are you part of the community hall group that's doing this, or is there another is it just is it a local group?
I'm not officially part of the community hall, but I did write the feasibility study,
Okay,
which was what gave birth to it.
yeah,
I've lived in Birdling's flat for over 25 years,
nice.
so I'm one of the older ones that's on the way out.
Oh.
But the community works by
They do.
face to face,
Yeah, you're right, they do.
in a very casual way.
Yeah.
But the community is burgeoning, as I said earlier, and I think it's because the place is bounded by the sea, by the lake, by council and dock reserves. It is what it is. It can't grow. There's no room for growth. You might not know, but the original layout, the subdivision of Birdling's Flat, was made in 1882, and it was called Seaforth. And the idea was that the railway from Christchurch would go past and people could spend their weekends there, but it didn't take off. So as you go down to the beach, the bit on the left is Seaforth. That's an ancient, relatively ancient subdivision. And the part on the right was more happened as it happened. And it was given legitimacy in 1996. When the sections were finally surveyed.
Finally surveyed, yes.
So now everybody has power and water.
Fantastic, so good.
Yeah, all the essentials.
Way back in 1996. Nigel, last question for them.
In doing this, you're going to turn up way more information, historical, of importance than you'll ever get on the boards. Have you thought about how you might be able to preserve that in some way? You know, all the information that comes together, you'll have some sort of set of information that'll be well beyond what you can put on the board.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose it.
Well, that might well be true. That if that happens, I'm sure we can put a book together without too much.
Right, that's a good idea. Yeah. That sort of thing. You know.
Yes, that sort of thinking. But the idea is that the information on the board should be quite succinct and be illustrated.
Yes,
but it's literally laying out this incredible history and the very elemental environment.
Well, I see plenty of nodding heads and it sounds very exciting. So all the best and keep us up to date with what's happening, and if we can help out, just let us know.
Can I just ask you a question about the community groups?
So I'm so sorry. Talking happens at the table. It's strict rules. I'm very, very sorry.
No, that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time, Steve. Really appreciate it. All the best. I look forward to hearing how that goes. Thank you. All right, bylaws, Philip and Adam, come on up. Thank you very much. Hi.
Good on. Good koutou. I'm Adam Eagleton and this is Philip Henderson, and we are senior advisors in the policy team. Our team looks after bylaws and we lead the development and review of the council bylaws, as well as look at any amendments and general bylaw advice. Near the start of every term, we give a presentation much like this. It's designed to be a bylaws 101. If you're new to bylaws, or a bit of a refresher if you're a returning community board member. Today, first up, I was going to go through an overview of what the bylaws are, what bylaws you can expect to see reviewed over the next couple of years. And then I was hoping to speak briefly on the review of the Marine, Rivers and Lake Facilities bylaw, which I'm leading. This is of particular interest to this community board, because the vast majority of assets and facilities that it covers are in this area. Then I'll hand over to Philip, who'll give you a more detailed overview of the alcohol restrictions in public places bylaw review. This is one of our reviews currently underway, and one that tends to attract significant public and community interest. So what are bylaws? They're local laws made by councils. They apply only within the territorial boundaries, and they can also apply to only a specific part of the district. Bylaws require actions of others or prohibit certain other actions, and they are regulatory tools that allow council to take enforcement action if people fail to comply. Generally speaking, they are only for the purpose of managing activities and use on council land, assets or infrastructure in order to protect those assets or to mitigate any negative impacts. The focus is typically on public places and assets like roads and pipes, and not on managing private property. There are, however, some exceptions, and this is where actions on private property have implications for public services and can potentially cause damage to public assets, or where we have specific bylaw making powers for managing things on private property, such as signage for brothels or private property that is visible from a public place, or around minimum standards for accommodation of dogs or limiting the amount of dogs you can keep. Importantly for us, legislation dictates the type of bylaws that we can make. We need a legislative power to make a bylaw in any given matter. We often typically use the bylaw making powers under the Local Government Act. This contains some general bylaw making powers and specific powers for defined council functions, such as waste management or trading in public places. There are also other specific acts which we use. Examples of this is the Dog Control Act, the Freedom Camping Act, Prostitution Reform Act, Land Transport Act, Burials Act, Reserves Act, Waste Minimisation Act, and they all feed into their own specific bylaws. We have a not one size fits all approach for our bylaws, both in terms of what they can regulate and also how we enforce them, and that's really important. It depends on what act the bylaw is made under that gives us the avenues for enforcement. In some cases, infringements or instant fines are available. However, this only applies where the legislation enables it. Some of our bylaws have instant fines, like dog control, freedom camping, and parking, but many do not. This leaves us with an avenue of prosecution in the district court, where a fine on conviction is available. This is generally up to $20,000 for most bylaws made under the Local Government Act. But again, the relevant legislation dictates what that is. For the council, prosecution is reserved for the most serious of breaches. Other actions under legislation that we can use, we can serve an injunction to compel someone to cease an activity. We can also recover costs from damaging arising from a breach of a bylaw. All that being said, our first approach to enforcement is education, communication, and to ensure that people understand the bylaw and their responsibilities, and to seek voluntary compliance. If that doesn't lead to a remedy, that's when we begin to consider what prosecution might look like. Next slide. This is our bylaws. We have 16 bylaws made under 8 different statutes. You can find all of these on the council website with the full text and a little bit about them. This list demonstrates the breadth of matters that bylaws we have relate to. There's a mixture of protection of council assets, use of council infrastructure, and some more related to behaviour in public places. Some of these we must have. We must have a dog control bylaw and a traffic and parking one. Others we have some choice and flexibility. The enforcement arrangements vary based on the empowering legislation, as well as who is able to enforce each bylaw. Most of the time, enforcement sits with council and the responsible unit. For example, animal management administers the Dog Control Act. But there are some exceptions to this. Alcohol in public places, this can only be enforced by the police. Moving vehicle offences, once again, this is the police. And freedom camping, we have a council contractor who monitors and enforces this bylaw on our behalf. So how do we make and review bylaws? The relevant legislation sets the scope of what we can manage via a bylaw, the process we must use to make or review a bylaw, and how often a bylaw must be reviewed. When we're making bylaws, we're making secondary legislation, and a thorough and considered process is required. This includes tests and considerations that encourage good lawmaking and ensure that the bylaw is robust and reasonable. Some of these things show that the problem must be clearly defined and clearly evidenced. The bylaw must be within specific powers under the law, not repugnant, uncertain, or unreasonable. The process has to include specific assessments. A significant one is ensuring that the bylaw is the most appropriate way to address the problem and that other options have been looked at. The bylaw needs to be in the right form. This considers clarity, certainty, and importantly, how enforceable it is. And we also need to include an assessment of any implications under the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. For our bylaws, freedom of movement is a common right we need to pay close attention to. Any limitations on freedoms must be reasonable and have to be justified. For us, legal challenge is a real risk if the process or considerations are not sufficiently considered. These challenges can come under the Bylaws Act and under the Local Government Act on the grounds that the bylaw could be invalid, unreasonable, or enacted through a flawed process. So the bylaw review process. Bylaws are required to be reviewed by law every 10 years or within 5 years if it is a new bylaw. We have a rolling 10-year timetable at Council to schedule these reviews, to spread them, to make sure the workload is manageable and the spread throughout Council terms. But bylaws can be amended at any time as long as they follow that full legislative process. There are 3 phases to making or reviewing a bylaw. Stage 1 is the internal council process. This includes reviewing the current bylaw provisions, whether they're still relevant, identifying any new issues, considering options, gathering evidence, and preparing a draft proposal. From this, we prepare a substantial report package that includes a clause-by-clause analysis of every clause in the bylaw and a report detailing any Bill of Rights implications and what that might look like, which leads us on to stage 2, which is the external consultation stage. This is where reports go to Council for a decision to adopt the draft bylaw for public consultation. We have a hearings panel convene to consider all the submissions and prepare recommendations for Council to adopt a final bylaw. Stage 3 is the decision and implementation required. The hearings panel report on the draft bylaw is presented to Council, and bylaws can only be adopted by Council, and this is a power that they can't delegate. This process typically takes anywhere between 12 and 18 months, depending on the bylaw, and can be longer depending on the consultation and hearings process and what's unearthed there. Community boards contribute to the making and reviewing of bylaws by providing local views to Council. There are opportunities for input both in the internal and in the external phase for each bylaw review. Our team will always be in touch with the board when a review is underway, and we'll try to seek early input to identify any issues. How we do this varies depending on the bylaw. Sometimes we can seek views from a memo, a briefing, provide opportunities for written or verbal feedback, and sometimes it depends on how interested the board is. For an example, the marine rivers and lake facilities when I'm reviewing, high interest for your board because it covers so many assets. Other community boards have no assets whatsoever, so it's just not relevant to them. Next slide, Philip. So bylaws to be reviewed this term. This is 11 out of 16 of our bylaws have to be reviewed this term, and that is an extraordinary amount compared to previous terms. All 11 of these are legislatively required reviews, some because they're nearing the end of the 10-year review mark, but others because there have been changes to legislation which has triggered the review. So you'll see the first 8 are already underway at various stages. The alcohol restrictions in public places, Philip will talk to you once I'm finished. And then you'll see the next three bylaws are our water services bylaws. So we are required to review these because of new legislation for local water done well reforms. We've got to undertake a two-step process. There's a consistency assessment that must be completed by August 2027. And then if any changes are required, we have until August 2030 to make those changes. We do anticipate that there will be some changes here because it is likely we're going to want to take advantage of some new infringement powers that the Act gives us. So there's a reasonably significant amount of unexpected water bylaw work that will be taking place. Some of the other ones we've got there, we've got the traffic and parking and stocks on road bylaw reviews. These two have some crossover and generally will be considered together. A review of the general bylaw is also underway. This bylaw contains administrative clauses that apply to all other bylaws. We don't anticipate high interest in this one and are not expecting significant changes. And that leaves us with 4 bylaws currently with work underway, the marine, rivers and lake facilities bylaw. Just a little bit about this bylaw. I don't know how familiar you may be with it, but the purpose of this bylaw is to facilitate the fair and safe use of and access to council, marine, rivers and lake facilities. This covers council facilities such as wharfs, jetties, boat ramps and associated structures. And what it does is it regulates activities that may occur on, near or around the facilities, but it seeks to balance the recreational and commercial use and access. And it aims to prevent damage to the facilities, to protect health and safety and to reduce nuisance. Importantly, what the bylaw does not cover, it doesn't cover maintenance or repairs. It doesn't cover the allocation of money for maintenance. This is part of the council's annual and long-term planning decision-making process. It doesn't cover activities on the water, such as boat safety, life jackets, boating lanes and speed limits. This is regulated by the Canterbury Regional Council, Environment Canterbury and the Harbour Master. And some details around this can be found in Environment Canterbury's navigational safety bylaw. But we will be talking with the Harbour Master as we do some of this work. It doesn't cover the Littleton Port land, operational areas and activities. They're excluded from a bylaw coverage as they are covered by port-related legislation. And the bylaw does not cover privately owned facilities. So the coverage of this bylaw is also limited by the bylaw making powers in the Local Government Act. So the relevant powers we have are around the ability to protect the public from nuisance, to protect, promote and maintain public health and safety, and to manage, regulate against or protect from damage, misuse, loss or damage to council land structures or infrastructure. So those are the main powers we rely on for this bylaw. So I've spoken with staff within council over the last couple of months, particularly regional parks. And on the whole, staff are largely happy with how this bylaw has been operating. There's been a few suggestions for edits around improving processes with dealing with things like abandoned vessels, vessel lengths, impounding of vessels, and a little bit around how we can potentially better work some of the behavioural clauses. But on the whole, so far, there hasn't been significant major issues raised like we can do with some other reviews. So where that leads us is next steps is I'm preparing a memo, which will be going to all community boards, which will give you a little bit of time to digest, what we've heard internally. And it's also a chance to provide any early feedback you've got to me now, while we're still identifying issues and still looking at how we might draft any replacement to mitigate those. So that will be your first major opportunity to provide feedback. If you receive the memo and you feel you want to talk to me again, I'm happy to come back. It's sort of up to you on how you want to feed that back in. I'm also happy to meet to discuss a Teams meeting or however you'd like. Over the next couple of months, we'll be looking at how we might address some of those issues in potential drafting. And then we'll work towards that council paper where we sort of set out, here are some options and solutions. And then when consultation happens, you'll again have the opportunity, hopefully, to give your official feedback, which can be considered as part of the hearings process.
Can I just ask a question around that now before it moves on too far and I forget it? So we often get told things that are concerning that could be helpful as far as bylaws, and we will say, well, potentially that could be good data to collect, and we encourage community members to do a SnapSend solve or a CSR. Is that information used when assessing and reviewing bylaws, CSRs or SnapSend solves?
I have to check.
Okay.
So it will be used in regards to when we're identifying problems. If those SnapSend solves will be going to the appropriate team, primarily the regional parks team. So the likes of the rangers who I'll talk to and the manager, Paul Devlin, and those issues will be more visible if they've come through that channel, so they'll be able to identify the problems.
Okay.
With the bylaw like this, we do rely on the actual staff that are on the ground at the assets. So their advice is really important because they're the ones that are dealing with issues that day.
Okay. So potentially, you're not doing like a word search around marine structures, CSRs. I don't even know if you can do that. It's a good question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But
is that potentially helpful?
That's something I can look at.
Or something that we need to follow up on? I don't know where that would.
So we always encourage people to send in those sort of snap and solve things, because the onus is on us when we're making a bylaw to prove that we need this restriction.
Yeah, and I thought data, perfect.
Data.
Yeah.
Because it's that legal making process, anything we can point to say, we need this because, particularly when it's data, is really helpful.
Okay.
Because in a bylaw like this, where a lot of it's behaviour, we're just reliant on these are what our key staff have seen.
Yeah.
The more actual data we can point to, the easier it makes.
So just for the elected members here, that we're going through that process right now with the freedom camping, and I know that that's a wee way off, but we're encouraging our community members to do that, to actually, SnapSend solve, so that when that comes around for a review, we've got all that data there. So I'm hoping that that would be the case for any kind of review that could be used.
It has an implication on freedoms. It's just the evidence to show why that might be justifiable.
Great. But it's helpful for us to know when people come to us with issues that aren't easily solvable right now because of a violent situation.
No, the more evidence we have, the better it makes the situation.
Well, that's good. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I think that was actually the end of me, and I'll pass on to Philip.
Okay. So yes, I'm Philip. I'm going to talk to you about the alcohol control bylaw review. Purpose of this bit then is to provide you with information about alcohol control bylaws generally, ours in particular, and the public places in Banks Peninsula area in which that bylaw is it applies. I'll also tell you about what's involved in the review and how the board can provide input. So there's quite a bit of ground to cover. So the three main things I'd like to make sure I get across are that alcohol control bylaws have a very specific and limited purpose, that is to control the consumption and possession of alcohol in public places, basically drinking in public. The process is one that is set out in legislation, and that requires that we meet certain criteria before we can put those restrictions in place. It's kind of leading on from what Adam has been discussing. And we will be wanting to hear from the board about the appropriateness of the current bylaw generally and the restrictions that are in place in this community board area, whether we should consider adding, amending, removing or any of the existing alcohol ban areas or putting any new ones in place. So if you go to the first slide, please. I'll just explain what alcohol control bylaws are. They are bylaws that are made by councils for the purpose of prohibiting or otherwise regulating or controlling the consumption and possession of alcohol in public places. So we can use them for that purpose. What we can't use them for is to deal directly with other potentially related behaviours. And I've put a few up there as examples. What it is there for is to target drinking or having an open vessel container of alcohol in a public place. When we are making a new alcohol control bylaw, the law requires that we meet certain criteria, including that there is evidence that the area to which the bylaw is intended to apply has experienced a high level of crime or disorder shown to have been caused or made worse by alcohol consumption in the area. Similarly, if we want to continue the existing restrictions or replace them with or similar ones, then we need to be satisfied that that sort of pre-bylaw level of crime and disorder would be likely to return or rise in the area if the bylaw was not continued or replaced. As Adam mentioned earlier, only the police can enforce them, so it's not something that council officers can enforce, and it's important that we work with the police closely in the review, which is something we're doing. And then with that, just to make the point that it is something that is for which somebody can be fined, and the infringement fine is $250. Moving on to the next slide, we have, I'll just briefly explain what our alcohol control bylaw, or the history of that really. It was made in 2018, and before that it replaced a bylaw that was made in 2009, but we have had area-specific liquor bans in place for many years before having an alcohol control bylaw. As Adam mentioned, we have to review our bylaws every 10 years, which means we've got until November 2028 to complete this review, which seems like quite a way away, but there's quite a lot of work to be done, because as well as reviewing or assessing the alcohol control bylaw generally in itself, we also have to look at each of the specific alcohol ban areas as well and assess whether they're still appropriate and necessary. Going to the next thing, I'll just clarify what I mean by public places. When I talk about consumption or possession, sorry, it's a mouthful. It's easier just to say drinking in public, but these are the words that the law has got in it. So when I talk about public places, there is a specific definition in the Local Government Act, which is the legislation under which this bylaw is made, and it defines public places in the way that's on the screen there. I won't repeat it in full, but just to say that includes things like roads and footpaths, but also parks and reserves. Another thing that's quite interesting to note, particularly for some of the more urban areas, is that it can include private land open to the public. So where you have those car parks, for instance, that are not owned by the council, but are in a public place, that's somewhere where the bylaw would apply as well, even if it's not a council-owned asset. What it doesn't cover is licensed premises or private residences. So that's what I mean when I say that. Move to the next slide. This is where it doesn't really work on that screen, but hopefully it works better on your devices. Our current alcohol ban areas, as you can see, you might be able to see, they are mostly clustered around the Christchurch City area, but there are two on the peninsula, and I'll talk about those in a moment. The coloured dots, if they are distinguishable, are there to show you the different sort of types, different flavours of alcohol ban area that we have. So there are red dots there. Those are the alcohol ban areas that apply 24/7 every day. And they include places like the Central City and places around Riccarton Island area. There are some that apply only at night. Those are the black dots. And that would include Hagley Park, Merivale and Papanui. And there are some that apply on specific times or dates only. Those are the ones that we're talking about for the Peninsula. And again, I'll come on to that in a moment. The category there would include also council sports fields. So a council sports field that's allocated for rugby league, where you have a rugby league match held in a designated area, the alcohol ban would kick in around there. So there are also as well yellow dots. Those deal with alcohol ban areas where the ban applies for 24 hours when a nominated large-scale event is held. So, for example, at QE2 Park, if there's a music festival there, you can, if it's a nominated alcohol large-scale event for the purposes of this ban, you can put in place restrictions for 24 hours for the event. But you can also, the council can also give the police the power to exercise the immediate the power of search without having to give notice, to ensure that the ban is being, that the bylaw is being upheld again for the 24 hours and in that area. So we can move to this. Oh, we got it there. Good. Here's one of the 2 alcohol ban areas that are in place on the peninsula. This one is in Akaroa, and it applies on New Year's Eve. And you can see it, but the areas in red are the areas where the restriction applies. As any public place in that red area, you cannot drink alcohol in a public place or have an open container of alcohol. Doesn't mean you can't put alcohol that's in a closed container in a shopping bag and walk through on your way from the supermarket, but it does mean you can't then open that can and then sit and drink in the area there. The next one, sorry, is O'Kane's Bay. I'm not quite sure the pronunciation there. That area excludes the camping ground and also a small part of land that's owned by DOC. But again, that's a New Year's Eve alcohol ban area. Next, so we are reviewing the bylaw because the law requires us to, and that same legislation requires that we consider whether there is, if we're putting a new alcohol ban area in place, we'd have to look to see that there was evidence of a high level of crime and disorder caused or made worse by alcohol consumption in the area. Mouthful again, but that's what the legislation says. If we're looking at whether we want to continue the existing ones or amend them, replace them with an amended version, we'd need to be satisfied that the crime and disorder that we were looking to deal with would be likely to return or arise if those restrictions weren't there. We also have to make sure that it is still appropriate and a proportionate thing to have a ban area there, and that the restrictions in that area and for the times that are there, that it's in place, are a reasonable limitation on rights and freedoms. So yeah, if we can move to the next slide, this is really the timeline I'm working to, aiming to get the review completed around the start of 2028, with consultation taking place next year. In the meantime, we would welcome any initial feedback from the board that you may wish to give now, or in writing if you wanted to give some further thought to what I've been saying. We're still at quite an early stage in the review, so I'm not in a position yet to say these are our proposals for feedback, what do you think? But what I will do is I'm going to all of the community boards, because as you saw in that map, this is a sort of a thing that can that applies district-wide, although it will only be in some areas, local areas within the district, that the restrictions will actually be activated. So it's something that potentially every community board will have a view on. So I'll put together some emerging thinking in a memo, and at that point, the board will may either wish to invite us back to talk about the review then, or set out views in writing. In any event, boards will have the ability to make submissions to these proposals when we go out to consultation. The kind of things we're looking to understand are, do the restrictions reflect the current conditions, or were they put in place, well-intentioned when they're put in place, but now no longer are necessary because it's a different scenario, a different world that we're working in? And so do we still need them? Are they still justified where they are? Do they have the support of the community? And also things like, does it have the right timing? Are the boundaries right? What's the impact on local residents as well of having it, visitors and tourists and so on? How does it affect the character of the place? I think in some places where you have a 24/7 ban, or a ban that's in place every night, perhaps it's more of a daily thing. People here, it's on that very limited occasion, but still would like to know whether it's necessary still, or something that because ideally if you don't need to regulate, then you wouldn't. So that's one of the things we're thinking of. So that's it from me on the alcohol bylaw. like I said, I'm doing the rounds of all the community boards because it's quite a significant review. And it'd be great to hear any feedback initially or any questions. I can either answer them or take them away.
Well, these guys are thinking about it, and us if we can go first. Thank you very much for making that in a way that is easily digestible, because I can understand there's probably a lot of information in there, and you made it specific to us on Peninsula as well. So that was very, very helpful. Asif.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Adam and Philip. In the slide of bylaws, you mentioned that there are only 16 bylaws, and freedom camping bylaws wasn't there. Why is that?
It should have been.
Oh, it is in the list of, it's not in the list of bylaws we're reviewing this term.
Yeah, no.
So it's one of our 16 bylaws. It's not being reviewed this term.
Yeah.
So it is not there, one of the 16.
I can see it in our slide here between dog control and general bylaw. Freedom camping bylaw 2021.
Maybe go back one slide because we had one.
Yeah.
Where? Yeah. Oh, yeah, just between dog control and.
Okay, so it is. And there is an option that bylaws can be amended at any time outside of the review process. We have a request from community a number of times, especially in reference to ACRA in Robinson's Bay and Yorkshire and French Farm area. We have asked, and we were told that it's far away for the review process. Is it possible, or if there is a way that we could bring that forward? Because we have been hearing this complaint from our community a number of times. So what is the process to go?
So I understand my colleague, who's the freedom camping bylaws expert, is aware of the Robinson's Bay issue, and there's some advice being prepared on that.
Yeah.
I couldn't speak to what it might say because it's probably one of the hardest bylaws to officiate and to draft around. So I do know that there's some advice coming.
It is. We're having a workshop on it on the 15th of June.
Okay.
So that will be a good time to correlate all the questions that we have.
We asked for the questions.
Yeah.
It is worth also just remembering, if I may, that with that schedule of reviews, bylaws for review this term, those all still need to be reviewed this term, either because the 10-year requirement is kicked in or because there's another statutory trigger for us reviewing it. So it's worth bearing in mind that bringing forward any scheduled review would be adding to that existing list. That's just a thing.
Picking up what you're putting down there.
So all those 11 bylaws under review, they needs to be reviewed.
They have to be reviewed this term. We've got no choice.
Okay.
And it would have been 8, but for the new water legislation. So they've all sort of unexpectedly come on top.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Kathy.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, have you finished?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go.
Yeah, just raising awareness. I think there was 2 bylaws in there that was of interest for our community. One was the reserves and one was the dog bylaw, just kind of personal experience stuff. With the reserves on, and we also mentioned that some bylaws are like really followed up and, infringement and stuff.
Yeah.
With the reserves one, for example, with reserve encroachment and things, you kind of do the gently. At what point does the gently become like a official fine or,
So the Parks and Reserves bylaw,
Yeah.
there is no infringement power. That's something that we councils have asked for and would make enforcing it a lot easier. The bar is high for prosecution because the costs will largely generally exceed the maximum fine. So it's a reserve for cases where either the consequences are really high or that the person is ongoing with their breaching of the bylaw. So generally we try and education.
So is there a way we can support that, or is there a way we can change it so that, we don't really want to say it's okay for these things to happen?
So the only way to infringe would be central government changing the legislation, which is something that we lobby for. But short of that, we work within the parameters that the local government gives. Same thing though, there's information is power for us when we are reviewing
That's right.
these.
Yeah, so this is just hearing from the different groups and how do we kind of put it into more, like this is actually happening and it is a serious problem, not like,
Snap and told, or just calling in, the more evidence we've got, the easier changes become.
And the other one was the dog bylaw, just a couple of things, personal experience. I got a dog infringement bylaw, 2 dogs. But I felt like because my email wasn't updated in the system, it kind of fell through the crack. I paid for it, but I was like, you send an infringement, like on the day it's deep, like you need to pay it up. But like the emails wasn't going through, and I take personal responsibility for that. But you know what I mean? Like, it's nice to send an invoice when it, Anyhow, in addition to that, a resident was again infringed by let your dog off the lead kind of thing. But there was worse things that happened, but it was like the victim got, it was just, I don't know, more like supporting as opposed to
probably
coming down strong.
Probably have to talk to animal management, and I guess once the bylaw.
I have seen animal management in the neighbourhood and stuff.
Each situation is quite nuanced, I'd imagine. So, but guys having those bylaws as a gives you frame over it.
Yeah.
Josie, and then we'll finish up with. Have we have time? We'll have 2 more questions. Yes.
I'm just curious to understand how you weigh, if you've already got a bylaw in place, let's take the drinking ban in Akaroa, for example. You've already got you've got that in place, and you've got to then somehow figure out whether or not, if you took it away, whether things would get worse, or because obviously it takes 2 years to write one of these things. So if you take it away, and then everyone starts pissing up at Akaroa, then you're going to have to put it back, but it's going to take 2 years. So how do you
that's a challenge.
Figure that out? Yeah,
it is a challenge. I mean, what we would do and what we are doing is looking for evidence from the police of where there have been alcohol ban breaches and infringement offence notices issued. When we were putting together our local alcohol policy last year, we gathered some evidence from the police about alcohol ban area breaches. For the period we have that for is 2020 to 2023. So we need to go back again and get some updated data. But it's interesting, perhaps not surprising, but there were no recorded breaches in Akaroa or O'Kane's Bay during that.
Because there's no police there, probably.
But then again, it's a ban that is in place overnight, essentially, on one day of the year. So what we would have to do, I think, in those areas where the amount of statistical information may be limited, we have to speak to the community through the community board, really, to get a sense of what do you hear from your residents about what's needed, and if it wasn't there, I mean, it is to some degree you're having to look at the counterfactual argument, but we have to take into consideration both the stats but also the local insights that we hear from not just community boards but also from staff who are there, who may be working in those areas day to day.
Well, the people selling alcohol in Akaroa probably would like this ban to be in place, because then everyone has to go into their bars to buy alcohol. I mean, I guess it is quite an interesting situation of what's the best thing overall for the whole community. Anyway,
yes,
fascinating.
Gillian.
My comment to this question is kind of similar, really, but because I'm sitting here thinking, what areas potentially around Littleton I'm thinking of could be looked at, and like looking at the list. Well, I note that you said there has to be evidence of a high level of crime or disorder. And so, for example, like Miraval's on there got a restriction at night. I'm thinking, that's unusual. And because I wouldn't have expected that of Miraval, but maybe it's the power of the residents in that area. Not sure. But yes, thinking about like the main street of Littleton and whether there are issues there.
I think what we would do in that situation is we would hear from the community board. This is an area if it was the case that was an area that you would like us to consider in the review, we would test that with our staff as well, that see the impact of public drinking on the ground in parks, reserves, and also on pavements and roads and so on. And we would speak to police and we would ask them for the statistics for what alcohol-related crime, not a ban breach where there isn't a ban, is obviously not, there isn't going to be that data, but the police do gather and index alcohol-related crime, and we're able to see, well, what are the stats relating to things that take place in certain geographical areas. We're able to break that down into defined areas and say these are the things that have happened and they are linked to alcohol. That either indicates or isn't necessarily, I mean, there isn't a formula you can plug in that will give you the defined specific answer in every occasion, but where there is a high level of alcohol related crime recorded by police, that indicates potentially it may be justified on the grounds of the evidence. Then there's also proportionality and appropriateness, and whether it's justifiable as a justified restriction limitation on people's rights and freedoms, which is a sort of a legal threshold we have to meet.
But it's not, you're not considering what the people who are in the business of selling alcohol, that's not part of the consideration.
The ban areas do not and cannot include licensed premises. So I think we would hear from the community, and the community includes people who are residents, but also people who are running businesses and so on, when we go through the consultation stage. But in this instance, there's a fairly defined black and white set of criteria we have to meet. And if we can't meet those criteria, then we don't have the basis to say, yes, let's put in place these restrictions. But if we feel that we can, then that's where we can make sure we get the right ones in place as well. But I don't think that license holders wouldn't have a privileged position in terms of how.
No, because it's about crime and disorder, right? Yeah. Okay.
We've got time for one more question. I think Nigel, Nigel, the next one in line.
Yes, my conflict of interest, I'm part of the Governors Bay Jetty Trust. You've got the Governors Bay Jetty in the current bylaw as a wharf, which is not. And the other thing is you'll have to work out the ownership's complex at the moment. Governors Bay Jetty, but it'll be resolved in the near future.
There's a bit of heads up
consideration.
Okay.
And there's this second part is it doesn't quite cover people using jetties in an unsafe way in terms of jumping off them, unless Environment Canterbury can control it if there are vessels manoeuvring nearby. But without vessels manoeuvring nearby, I don't think there's a way at the moment to look at unsafe use.
Yes, that was relating to when I was sort of mentioning we're looking at some of the behavioural clauses.
Yes, right.
We don't like to get too prescriptive with you can't do X, Y, and Z. But we are looking at things like an activity that might put other people in danger or themselves in danger. You know, sort of slightly more broad, but because once we go down there,
Thank you.
Please don't let them stop jumping.
Thank you so much. We obviously got lots and lots of questions around these bylaws, which is very fascinating for us. I hope you find that encouraging.
Well, thank you.
And it would be good to hear back actually in regards to how helpful the Snaps and Solve data would be in any of that review process. So the hybris, right. Yep, okay, so everything gets put into the hybris, so the Snaps and Solve goes into that. Okay, yep, great. That'd be great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So team, we've got a 5-minute break now before we go into the food resilience policy and action plan review. See you back in 5.
Nigel, what is the difference between a jetty and a wharf? Please educate me.
Well, actually, in the bylaw, basically,
food resilience policy at City Council.
So kia ora koutou, my name is Cara. I'm the policy and projects advisor within the planning team within community support and partnerships unit. I've been at council for a few years and come from a background of public health and nutrition. So this topic is very dear to my heart. So today I'm here just to provide an update on the recently draft, refreshed food policy and action plan. And really most importantly, just to have a conversation and get some inputs at a local board level on the policy draft and action plan refresh that can feed into it. So I'll just touch on what is food resilience, what does the new policy cover, what does it touch on, what's our current food system really looking like at the moment, why is it important, why does it matter, and why does it matter to the council? And sorry, yeah, actually, I'll probably forget. And then we can just have a bit of discussions. I've got 40 questions. So the food resilience policy was established in 2014 after the earthquakes. That's what triggered it, but it's now 12 years old. And since then, quite a few things have changed within the food system. And it was owned by the policy strategy team, and now it's shifted into the community support partnerships unit. So yeah, since then we've experienced pandemics, we've had rising food costs, we've got climate change and climate impacts, we've got growing pressures on households, globalization. So these things are happening and things are changing. The food system is really complex and everything connects into each other. So this new policy really thinks about food or the systems lens. So it's really broad, big picture. I'm trying to get people from different sectors around the room. It's really got that equity focus. Food security, food resilience, sovereignty is an equity issue. It's a poverty issue. And we're looking across the local food system, and we're trying to bring food closer to home. I think it's currently we don't know where our food, comes from, so we're just trying to bring things more locally within our areas. And we're also trying to future-proof our food system and be more prepared for the things that we know are happening and will continue to happen, especially during emergencies. And it's also underpinned by our Te Ao Māori values. So within the key themes of the policy, it touches on manaakitanga, kaitiakitanga, whanaungatanga, and local Mātauranga Māori, and also Pacific knowledge, trying to maintain those. Oh no, yeah, so there's been some engagement with the sector, with the community, and we have a draft policy which I've sent, and food resilience really cuts across everything that we do actually as a council, but so it's not necessarily about doing a lot more, but really building on what we do, being really intentional, thinking about food resilience, in the decisions that we're making. So there's about 7 things at the moment that it's touching on. So equitable access, and some of these are similar to the previous policy. Urban spaces are preserved and nurtured. Lifelong food skills, whether it's cooking and growing food, not losing that. A thriving food economy and good jobs. Climate resilience, a sustainable system. Having really good governance and coordination for the food sector regionally is important, and being prepared for emergencies, and a focus on circular zero waste minimisation as some of the topic areas. So yeah, we don't necessarily have to even call it food when you think about all these different things. So sometimes it's just there integrated. But just to set the scene, the food system is a broken system at the moment, and it's out of balance. There's a lot of reports in around our New Zealand food system. Most of New Zealanders are actually not eating a healthy diet. Only about 10% are actually eating the recommended daily intake. And that's not all down to choice. It's our environments are really unhealthy. Our marketing is targeted to children, to young people, and in lower socioeconomic areas where they're already having worse, and the impacts are worse. Food insecurity is actually not getting better. It's probably getting worse. We've got one in 4 children don't have enough food to eat every day that's nourishing for their bodies. The burden is placed on Māori. We've got inequitable health outcomes. Almost 60% of our health expenditure is actually on things that are contributed by our unhealthy diets and lifestyle, just heart disease and diabetes. So it's a very expensive problem. More than half of our greenhouse gas emissions is from our food system. And we're facing more climate vulnerabilities and risks. At the same time, we're actually a big manufacturing hub in New Zealand, in Christchurch. We employ about 22,000 people in the food manufacturing area. But then you might have seen recently, Wattie's is closing down. So this is showing you the things that our food system's just out of whack. So yeah, it matters because a lot of councils within New Zealand and across the world are actually more and more thinking about their role, and local government can really play a big role in food security and sovereignty in a lot of ways. Food systems affects our health, equity, culture, sustainability, and our environment. We shape food access through planning, land use, our partnerships that we have with community organisations, but with other organisations that are really influential. And it aligns with a lot of the LTP goals as well, like climate adaptation and resilience and our regenerative economy. We can advocate up. Obviously, there's things that we can do regionally, and there's a lot of things at a national level that influence what our food system looks like. And it also fills a lot of our statutory obligations across the Local Government Act, Health Act, Waste Minimisation Act, Climate Change Response Act, Civil Defence. So, yeah, I really can't. There's so much you could talk about within the food system, but I did really was interested more at a local level. I had some key questions around food resilience, just trying to understand what you have seen or experienced as the key levers and the mechanisms that boards actually have to influence food resilience outcomes, what you've seen. What are the strengths of your board area when it comes to, when you think about food resilience? Who are the champions or what's being done in that space? What are you hearing from the community about what they want to see more of or what they need more of? And what do you think makes it easier or harder to support this kaupapa within, say, your board area or your board plans? I'm just really trying to gauge that board level understanding of how it all really works.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you. Thank you for prompting us with some questions. That's really, really helpful. And explaining already, the framing up of what it's all about, resilience of food in our area.
It's great to have a public health view on this, which is excellent. I'm always concerned about the false sense of security people have around food supply security, because you go to the supermarket and all the shelves are full. But as you probably know, there's enough there for a couple of days in the supermarket. And we don't realise that. We just think it'll always be there. So when there's an earthquake, it might not be there. So people need to kind of reassess where food comes from. It isn't automatically always available.
So is that like an emergency response understanding?
Yes, yeah.
Is that being aware of your own supplies?
But also just that general concept of the food.
The
food is infinite and it's just there all the time, which is harmful in some ways because people don't estimate the risk, but also harmful in the sense that it's too available. The wrong things. Can I say something else?
Yeah, and then we've got Katie and Asif. Yeah.
I just there's good mention of gardens in your program, which is great. I didn't see much about garden share programs, which has been a big thing in the UK, where people facilitate a process where people who have a garden that they can't use, and there's a sort of community organisation or a group of someone who will come and use that for productive food production or other things. I mean, I think there's someone in the States that runs a whole business by allowing people to grow flowers, allowing her to grow flowers in their garden, not flowers of food, but the principle's there. So I come across that because in my clinical role previously, I used to meet a lot of old people. And one of the reasons why they might want to move house when they get old is because I can't look after the garden anymore. So you have this unused resource of fertile soil and people who would want to use it and therefore could create and use fresh food.
That's a good idea. I suppose, there's the concept of it coming to council usually for the community garden space.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
these
private
are
gardens,
the private.
Anyway, there's good information on the internet, as you might guess on that.
Almost forgot what I was going to say. Oh, just more holistic view about foods and that it's in Littleton, there was over the years questions about why are our bees dying. So it's bees, pollinate to create food, the whole sort of looking at it in a more, and there might be like people have questioned, is it spraying of verges? Is it, council spraying, unused grasses and lands and whatever. But just sort of, understanding more that picture stuff, the whole environmental, the importance of bees for, the food chain. It all starts from there. And the other thing was about, the community gardens, which we have, but also maybe like vacant, smaller council spaces where little end of streets could have their little spaces maybe, so it's not just like in one big cluster somewhere. I think someone mentioned about, what about Littleton West? We could have a little, tiny space there, but it comes down to like volunteers or, but then supporting groups like that. And then, groups kind of running out of funding or it's down to what support do you give
long term as well. What do we do with, what do we fund that's more long term?
That's right. So community groups spring up in that, but then, you get volunteer sort of fatigue and things like that too. What was the other one? They had we've seen foraging walks to, where they talk about, you forage and you can go to public spaces and pick fruit and things like that. Kids walking to school, finding fruit trees along the path. And I think people have also suggested things like planting on your berms, using spaces. So
that came through quite strongly too. That you can have community gardens and things, but what about, the policy talked a lot, the 2020 one around edible streets. So you actually can walk down the street and have access.
That's right.
I don't know how many of us actually access community gardens, so that's great. But you want an edible city, you want to, you know, so that has come through too. Yeah.
Or what about our parks with, fruit trees and,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's it, but anyway, just things you hear from
Yeah.
people.
Thank you, Sarah. Very good presentation. You raised some really good questions. Just give you perspective of Peninsula. Yes, probably most of the food is produced in the rural countries, rural areas. So as compared to Christchurch, Peninsula is in a good place. They've got a good social bonding and social network. They can share access food. We do quite a lot here. And closest to that is community gardens that are in Christchurch. I think 12 or something community gardens. They're still performing really well. So my question around this policy, is there any funding allocation? So
No, there isn't.
that is the
Yeah, and
biggest challenge, we have policies, no implementation plan. So what we are doing is like we are creating a fake economy. You are working, we are being entertained, but we don't really contribute the actual outcome to this policy. We don't deliver anything. So that is the biggest challenge globally that we face. We rely heavily on imported goods. So how can we as a board help you to secure funding? Because so that we can implement that. We have had many policies, in the council, local community board level, there are policies. We prioritize this, council prioritizes it, do some work, and policy is drafted, and then that's it. So that is not the real outcome. We're not making any real input to the community. That is the essence of any policy. It can be 12, 20 years from now, we'll still be reviewing this if there's no funding available.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think the policies like the foundation, and then I think it is really important around the actions that we take. And I know that for a long time with the Food Resilience Network, we did a lot of driving of the actions in partnership with so they were a group of different organisations representing, and they helped to draft the policy with the council, and those actions were tracked and followed. We are thinking about, we need more of a strategic, we also need more a strategic oversight, and like if we have action plan, who looks after it, who's at the table, who's tracking it, who's also working in the space. And we don't quite have that within, we have staff who champion food resilience and food work across the board. But we do need more of a drive of it, and it's something that I'm kind of looking at in terms of how do we keep, and with the funding side, I think there's a lot of socialization around what do we fund. We could probably make some more strategic or focused decisions on what we fund, or what do we want to shift towards. You got food rescue, you got gardens, you got food co-ops, but we've got so that also there's a little bit of work there around what do we fund, but that this policy sets the basis, and then next steps also a lot of collaboration and action planning, workshopping with the sector. So trying to reach out broader than, because it's not just a council policy, it's a city-wide plan. So kind of like,
so that leads to my second question. A couple of days ago, when this policy came up the agenda, we received a couple of colleagues also an email from members of our community that this food policy is actually not the work of the council. They should leave it for farmers, farming communities, beef and lamb, and things like that. So that person raised some interesting questions. By revising policy, council is getting media attention that it increasing expectation from the community and maybe sending not the right signals. So we want to be clear that what do we want to achieve by revising this policy? Or is it just that to change the date on the document that it was revised in 2026? Or do we really expect some outcome from this? That would be really council and that individual said very specifically that taxpayer money should not be spent on these things.
I can see it. I see what you're saying, and I read that same email in regards to there is often a tension between the urban and the rural being under Christchurch City Council. And that's fine, that's part of it, and it'd be boring if we were all the same. But it's just making sure we have that clear understanding of each other's needs. And so for this, I see the understanding of the importance around water on Banks Peninsula with food resilience is a really big one, because we have an issue around water supply. And if we're going to factor in that as under food resilience, then we would want you at the table around any discussion when it comes to water. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, if they're discussing water and how to use it, then that needs to have that understanding of the rural sector as far as food resilience needs to have that input there, because the water is the biggest aspect. So I see that really valuable, but it is that there is so many different layers to it, because I mean, they were saying beef and lamb do a lot of work with the farmers around food resilience on Banks Peninsula already, but if there's things that come under the control of City Council, which is to do with water and erosion and conservation, all those things that will back up strong land, strong use of the land, and for future generations, I'm saying, yeah, be there at the table, be included in that. But yeah, it is a little bit murky at the moment about how it's going to be used.
Just as a counterpoint to that, I mean, if you look at the history, Governor's Bay supplied large amounts of fruit and vegetables to Christchurch and the whole South Island. The first outdoor tomatoes grown in the South Island were in Governor's Bay, and they went as far as Invercargill.
That's so cool.
You know, and fruit and so on. Most of that is gone. So it just shows you something we've lost, and that's part of this is the interplay between urbanisation taking away a resource that's important and making the land too expensive to use for producing food that would be excellent. You know, it would be good locally produced food. So it's really important the council is involved in this.
Even nationally, there are programs. I think Kai Anamata research program. They focus on food security. MB is funding that program. There are a number of colleagues that are doing their doctorate at the moment. I know that they're looking at that very aspect, that how not just as a council, they all led the national policy and then international policies, you know, regional policies, they all led with each other. So how, and it comes down to implementation, how would you implement those policies at the ground level, at household level, at suburbs level? That would make a big difference.
There's obviously an interesting question for us, and we've got maybe one more time for one more question. We would love to talk to you longer, obviously, but Josie, if you'd like to round it off on the conversation.
Sure. Well, my comment is that this is such a, if the simplistic problem is if suddenly there's a war or a major natural disaster, the supermarkets are not going to have food in them. That's one problem. And the other problem is people who don't have money, don't have enough food. Sort of, these are the problems. My observation, I'm sort of echoing a little bit what Nigel's just said, but what's happened in New Zealand, and it's not just a Banks Peninsula thing or a Christchurch thing. What's happened in New Zealand is that there are some big players providing the food and they control the food. Whereas back in the day, there were lots and lots of little players who could still make a living and support themselves and do all of that and provide local fruit and veg. I live on an ex-tomato/fruit orchard right now, and it closed because they couldn't. It cost so much just to get their tomatoes to the supermarket. You know, it was essentially the market forces. I don't know, I'm no expert on it, but the market forces have kind of cut the arse out of all of those businesses. And if council can advocate to government to get some of those things changed back, then that's the way New Zealand has resilience in my mind. I mean, I don't know how the heck you do that, because that is a massive political issue as opposed to a let's have more market gardens issue. I mean, to my mind, the community garden thing, the major benefit out of the community garden is the community aspect, not the food aspect. But that's just me, you know. I think actually most people get most of their food from the supermarket, and the community garden is about the community, and they get a few tomatoes maybe at the same time. And so if we're really talking about actual food, then it's a big political market thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And I wish you luck.
Yes. Weeds on this one. For the water issue on Banks Peninsula, the Runanga are doing great work already. So if you want to connect with them with that as well.
Right.
Yeah. Runanga, many of them. Yeah. Katie, real quick.
No, just farmers markets are really important.
Yes, good to mention that too.
Yeah, they only exist if the little guys get to keep going.
Yeah.
You know,
So
that's right. Yeah.
Thank you for wading into the depths of this. Really appreciate your time today.
Much fun. Thank you.
Very much.
So, all good, Sarah. Right, so we've got Rebecca and Kate. Is it going ahead? Yeah, come on up. Come and chat to us about the Department of Corrections and how you work in the community.
All the wonderful work we do in the community.
Yeah.
Now, this is left and right. Yes, okay. Good day. So my name is Rebecca Mackle and I am a Senior Advisor, Community Engagement and Reintegration for the Canterbury region of the Department of Corrections. And this is...
Kia ora, I'm Keith Allen, currently a Lead Service Manager with our community side of the organisation.
We are here to give you a quick overview of the Canterbury Community Corrections space and an overview of our notification process, which relates to people who have sexually offended against children or committed serious violence or sexual offences against adults. So just a quick intro. Department of Corrections' 3 key priorities are reducing reoffending, improving public safety, and reducing the overrepresentation of Māori in the New Zealand justice system. So we do that by managing people who have offended to ensure that they comply with their conditions set by either the New Zealand Parole Board or the courts. We assess their likelihood of reoffending. We motivate people to address their offending needs, provide access to culturally appropriate rehabilitation, support their reintegration back into the community, and work with other agencies and the public to ensure that everyone can take steps to keep themselves safe. We overview of the Canterbury Community Corrections space. We have 3 prisons based in Canterbury, and they service essentially from Timaru all the way up to Nelson, so the top half of the South Island. We have Christchurch Men's Prison, Christchurch Women's Prison, and Rolleston Prison. Our Christchurch Men's Prison capacity is currently just under 1,000 people. It is being developed now to expand that, but it's going to take a fair few years. We also don't have people on maximum security at Christchurch Men's Prison. The only prison that services those people is in Auckland. Rolleston Prison has a current muster of just under 500 and Christchurch Women's Prison is just under 200. So within those 3 prisons, or actually within most prisons, we're seeing the population is maybe 60-40 for 60% of people are on remand. So they're not yet sentenced. Yeah, and 40% of people are sentenced. That remand space has just grown and grown over the years. We have 2 special treatment units based at our prisons in Christchurch. So in Rolleston Prison, we have a special treatment unit for people who have sexually offended against children. And at Christchurch Men's Prison, there is a special treatment unit for people who have committed serious or ongoing violent or sexual offences against adults. And out of interest, our national numbers in prisons as of last week was 11,186 people currently incarcerated, which is a lot.
11, what did you say, nationally, 11,000?
Yeah, 11,186.
Did you say 60% of that is remand?
Yeah, on average. You know, it'll fluctuate, but that growing trend of our remand numbers being higher than our sentence numbers is just continuing to go up. We have 5 service centres, so community service centres in the Canterbury region. We've got one out in Rangiora, which services the Waimakariri area, one in Ashburton, which services the South Canterbury area, and then 3 based in Christchurch, which is Annex Road, Ensor's Road, and Rāwhiti Service Centre, which is on the corner of Pages Road and Breezes Road.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. We've got specialised teams in those service centres. So at Annex Road, we have a team of probation officers that looks after most individuals who have sexually offended against children or on life sentences. At Ensor's Road, we have a team which looks after everybody subject to electronically monitored sentences. And then at Rāwhiti, we have 3 specialised teams, our Wahine team, so those that work with women, the Rangatahi team, so our youth team, and our Toi Ora team, which is a kaupapa Māori focus team. And that's your turn. I feel like I just talked enough.
Feel free to jump in if you have any clarifying questions. Sometimes we use a few acronyms and things, and it doesn't quite make sense. So this slide helps understand the journey. So somebody, once they're arrested, the journey that they might go on. And if we look at the top line, so somebody be arrested. If it's serious enough, police will put them before the court immediately. If it's not that serious, they might issue police bail, but eventually somebody will go before the court. We have trained court probation officers that are there able to assist. So if somebody's been on a sentence with us before, we can offer advice to the judiciary and some information there. If the judiciary decide to remand somebody in custody, so typically what happens is police make an assessment around somebody's risk to the community, and they will oppose bail. And the judiciary will make a decision, yes, this person should be remanded in custody. So then they will go to one of our custodial environments, and here in Canterbury, it's Christchurch Men's Prison. They have everybody on remand. And once somebody is in custody, they can apply for electronically monitored bail. So they can apply as many times as they want, and the court's job is to assess each one of those applications and make a decision. If at that first court appearance somebody isn't remanded in custody, so if the judiciary believes they are safe enough to remain in the community, typically they issue bail conditions, so somebody will be subject to certain conditions, and then again we have an input into that, what conditions might be appropriate. If somebody's on a sentence with us, then we will certainly advocate for conditions for them to continue to engage with their sentence. Then they'll go before the court for a second appearance, if second and subsequent, so sometimes that can go on, but if somebody at that point is found guilty or enters a guilty plea, they are entitled to a pre-sentence report. So again, that's an opportunity for our probation officers to sit down with the person after they've completed an extensive file review and interview the person and write a pre-sentence report. That pre-sentence report kind of looks back at the person's upbringing, the offending, and their pathway towards desistance. So what kind of intervention might be appropriate, what kind of restrictive conditions might be appropriate, and they'll make recommendations. But it's really important to note it's up to the judge to impose a sentence. So they'll impose a sentence type, they'll impose a sentence length, and they'll impose conditions that they believe are appropriate to mitigate the risk or enhance that person's opportunity to rehabilitate. And if they sentence somebody to imprisonment, then obviously that person goes into custody, and there are a couple of different types of imprisonment. So Probably our most challenging cohort are those that are sentenced to less than 2 years imprisonment. So typically what happens with them is they're on remand for a big period of that time, then they are finally sentenced, and then they're only in custody for a short period, so they're unable to do the extensive treatment that some of them might need. And then they're released into the community. At that time, our probation officers will work with them to hopefully motivate them to engage in some treatment. If they're sentenced to over 2 years, then we get a really good opportunity to assess them, hopefully work with them to bring down their security classification to a point where we can put them in one of those special treatment units that Rebecca mentioned, if they need that level of intervention, or if they need a medium, sort of more medium intense program, then we offer those programs in prison as well. And if somebody's sentenced to over 2 years, they're eligible for parole after they serve 1/3 of that sentence. So the parole board makes a call: have they done the rehab that's required? Is the release proposal adequate? If so, then they may choose to release the person. If not, they'll provide some advice to our staff around what this person needs, and we'll go on and hopefully get that job done and put them back before the parole board at a time that they determine. And ultimately, the parole board makes that decision as to whether they're released or not. Really important to note, there's only one person in New Zealand that will never come out of prison. So everyone who goes into prison will come out at some point in time, even those that commit really serious violent offences. So it's important for us to make sure that we're targeting the rehabilitation where it's required. If the court doesn't choose to sentence with a report, so that's typically for somebody who's convicted of a less serious offence, they might just be sentenced to a community-based sentence. So we have several. You might have heard of supervision or intensive supervision. Hopefully you've heard of community work, and I was just listening to the kōrero before, where there's some opportunities for us to give back to our communities, for some of the people in our care to give back to the communities via community work. And then one of the other ones that's, I guess, well known is home detention. So it's just below imprisonment. So if the offending is serious enough, but they have a suitable address in the community, then the judge can sentence them to home detention. Yeah. So how do we manage people in the communities? It's really important, I guess, for us to understand how to assess risk. So we use empirically backed research, risk assessment tools, and we rely on those quite heavily. So every time somebody comes in to see a probation officer, that probation officer is assessing that person's risk, and then either intervening or motivating or restricting them as necessary. So we are the second largest prosecutor in the country behind police. And so if somebody isn't complying with their sentence or order, our job is to hold them accountable and potentially put them back before the court. We don't do that each and every time. Like the police, we have our own discretion. But yeah, we do prosecute people when they aren't engaging if it's risky and they need to be held accountable. And at that time, we can oppose bail as well and ask for them to be remanded in custody, or we can ask the court to think about cancelling their sentence and putting something else in place. So if a community-based sentence isn't working, imprisonment's generally the alternative, and then we'll make some pretty strong recommendations around that. We have a whole bunch of other people that help us do our job within our organisation and outside our organisation. So within our organisation, we have a specific high-risk team, and the cohort that Rebecca mentioned, people who have sexually offended against children, typically they have some oversight from our high-risk team around, is our frontline managing that person effectively? Are we sufficiently trained, and is our risk assessment accurate? With people who have sexually offended against children, there's typically an offence pathway that they've chosen. A lot of them are offending against family members, people that they know. That's very, very different to people who will sexually offend against somebody who they don't know, a random on the street. And unfortunately, there's a whole lot of, I guess, misinformation out there that's, there's a lot of these people getting around the place. The reality is there's not too many. Most people who have committed sexual offending have done so against their family, unfortunately. Or people that they've had some kind of relationship with.
Trusting relationships.
Yeah. We've got department psychologists, some of the best in the world, who work in those special treatment units and work to rehabilitate people, and some really good results in terms of that. And our psychologists, Rebecca will talk about our processes when we're thinking about neighbourhood notification, but our psychologists play a really important part in providing risk assessment advice around that. We also have, in terms of collaboration with external agencies, we work in the integrated safety response framework with police, oranga tamariki, education, health, to look at everyone who's been involved in a family violence incident and come up with plans to make sure that we can mitigate that risk as best as we can. And kind of the last thing on the slide there is around our assessment process. So anybody who has sexually offended against children, when they're coming up for their parole, we do a really robust assessment of any address that they propose. So we go out and we visit and we talk to the people at the address. We walk around and pay particular attention to proximity to schools, parks, playgrounds, other areas. And again, linking back to their pathway to offending, we'll make some decisions. Gone are the days where we used to have blanket decisions where we would say this house is within 500 metres of a school, so that's a no. We no longer do that. We look at the person's pathway, we look at their risk, have they completed treatment, what are their prospects for maintaining distance when they're released. So really robust process. That again feeds into our information that we put before the parole board, and if the parole board is satisfied that that address is safe, they'll make a decision to release the person.
Lovely. Before I go on to the next slide, which starts to edge our way towards community notification, did you have any questions about the more general topics that we talked about?
Oh, I think you've explained them really well.
Okay.
How much success do you have in helping people achieve employment? Yeah.
We have a specialised team. They're actually my teammates who their role is to support people into employment. And when people are successful in gaining a position, they are supported to maintain that for a period of time while they settle in and deal with any teething problems. And it is generally positive. People do sometimes fall over, but our system or our team supports people as they have entered into that employment. So they're looking to maintain that rather than MSD's roles, which just kind of line them up and point them.
And typically that comes after they've completed rehabilitation. Yeah. So we're not going out to employers and saying, employ this person unless they've done that work and started to make some changes in their life. And we'll also help them get work ready and talk, present at an interview so they can actually own their offending, take responsibility for it and talk about what they're doing to remain offence free.
Okay.
Also, you're
just a general question about you said how the people who have a sentence of less than 2 years are a bit of a problem because they're on remand all that time. And I suppose it must vary so much of how long people are on remand, but it sounds like they're getting close to that. I don't know, are they getting close to the 2 years, or how long would generally people be?
Do you have any kind of data on court process length?
I mean, I can talk in a little bit of general terms to give you some more insight into that cohort. So this government's put in some, recognised that remand population is challenging for us and often doesn't get that rehabilitation. So they've challenged our organisation to give them access to rehabilitation whilst they're on remand. So people, if they put their hand up and say, yes, I've got an alcohol and drug issue, whilst they're on remand, they can do some of that work in advance. So that's helping. But typically the key challenge is if somebody's gone into prison, hasn't done rehabilitation, and then comes out into the same environment that they were in, that's the other challenge, right? If we don't have a long period of time to plan and to come up with some options, then they jump straight back into that same environment, and it makes it really, really challenging. There's work being done. Case managers try to work with them whilst they're in custody to look at, okay, was this a healthy environment? What else have we got? Yeah. But that's a significant challenge for our organisation amongst a number of other organisations, is finding suitable housing and better community. Yeah.
Is there a pathway for reoffending? That you mentioned that one way or the other they will come out of prison. So if someone comes out of the prison and reoffends it, and then that person goes back to the prison and then comes out and then does again. So, like, what percentage of people do that?
I probably couldn't give you a percentage number, but what I can say is some of the most challenging people that we work with are those people that come out and they're not motivated to change. So we can't kind of force people to change. They have to be ready. And research indicates that something generally happens in their life. Someone passes away, or they meet somebody, or they get a job, or some significant positive life event, which then triggers them to go, actually, I'm ready to change. And so our job and our probation officer's job is to try to find some reasons, is to try to talk to them about some of those big picture things, link them with their identity, link them with their whakapapa, help them see that, 20, 30 years down the track, if they keep going the same way they are, their life's going to be, pretty challenging. So trying to motivate them to come up with reasons to change.
Okay, so the pathway is the same.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody goes in and they come back out and they're not willing to do what's required in terms of the rehabilitation, then we will prosecute them. They'll end up going back into prison, and there's that kind of treadmill. And that is our most challenging cohort of people. Yeah.
Thank you.
Feel free to carry on, and then we'll see if we've got more questions after.
Before I start talking about community notifications specifically, I need to give you a wee plug on what my role involves. So we have 11 senior advisors, community engaged. Actually, I think it's 13 now. Should I not change that? Sorry. 13 senior advisors, community engagement and reintegration across the country. We're lucky enough to have 2 of my position in Canterbury, and every other region only has 1. So our role involves engaging with the community like we are now, and building an understanding of all the work that Arapotama does. We're also a contact point for a lot of community agencies that work with our people out and about, but aren't necessarily contracted with us or anything like that. We link them in with the right people that are working with their individual. We support them in their work that they do. We support our frontline staff in developing reintegration pathways for people who are in custody and will eventually return to the community, especially those who have sexually offended against children, and once again, that cohort of people who have committed serious violent and sexual offending. And we support in those address assessments that Keith was talking about before, making sure that the address that a person has proposed to live at is safe and suitable for that individual before it is approved. And then, of course, we support with the community notification process, where we go out and talk to the community about specific individuals. So, community notifications are the formal process where we go out into an area and advise that neighbourhood of an individual who is either returning to or has been approved to live in the neighbourhood. It is only for people who have sexually offended against children or serious violent or sexual offending against adults. But we do consider this whether or not we need to do this process every time we approve an address. It is not a single person's role. It is a multidisciplinary leadership team that makes that decision. And it is not made lightly because it is a big piece of work and it can be very impactful on the community and the individuals. So what does it look like? So first off, it involves community notification involves connecting with community leaders. So that is yourselves, MPs, police, Ministry of Education, and any schools or education facilities that are within a general area of where that person has proposed to live. We tell you so that you can support the community. It can be, it's a big piece of information sometimes for people when we turn up at their door and tell them that somebody is living nearby. So we let you know prior to going out and doing that. And that would look like, I guess, a formal meeting. We would contact probably Liz and say, hey, can we please have a meeting to discuss a notification that we will be doing. And then we go out to the neighbourhood and actually knock on people's doors and advise them that there is a person living nearby who has either sexually offended against a child or an adult, and then we tell them a bit of information. Why do we do it? So we tell you so you can support the community, and we tell the community so that they can act protectively for their children. It gives them an opportunity to reinforce safety messages if their children are travelling to school by themselves or like to go hang out in the neighbourhood park, or if it's in relation to a person who has offended against adults, then, you know, making sure your windows are locked at night time. It's talking about things that communities are normally doing anyway, because people, you know, do obviously always care for themselves, but we just want to reinforce that. And it is generally received relatively positively, despite what people may think. This is the act that we can, with the acts that we can do it under.
So we don't notify for everyone. Obviously, there'll be people in your communities that are on sentences with us. So yeah, some of your community members might learn of that. They might see an electronic tracker on someone's ankle, and they might come to you and ask why they weren't told. And the reality is they weren't told because that person didn't meet that threshold that we just talked about.
So we can't obviously disclose personal information about an individual when we're going out to talk about or to complete a community notification. That would be extremely unlawful. We can't tell people where they live, what their name is, anything about their victims. We can't tell, and we also don't tell them when they're leaving an area, because we would rather not, I guess, have everyone think that it's all clear. The community always has to act protectively. But we can tell people, and this is what we do try to focus on, we can tell them when they are likely to move into the area. We can tell them what kind of offending they've committed in the past, so whether or not there's been previous offending against children or adults, so that they, I guess, are aware of a potential risk. And we can talk about how that person's sentence is being managed. So we can share details around what kind of conditions they have on them, whether or not they are subject to nightly curfews, whether or not they're subject to alcohol and drug testing, whether or not they're prohibited from going into areas where children are likely to be, such as schools and playgrounds, all those kinds of conditions that we have which reduce somebody's risk of any potential further offending. So it starts to block off those offence pathways. And that is so the community is aware what's already in place, and then they can think about what they would want to do.
Do you also give them a contact phone number if they have any further questions?
Yes.
I would imagine that would be extremely reassuring.
Yes.
Because it's often maybe you're like, oh, I wish I'd asked, or is this something I need to worry about? And then instead of it becoming a big thing, it is dealt with at the time. Yes. And that's wonderful support. So,
yeah, definitely. So when we're talking to community leaders, they get my contact details. If they, so for example, for principals, if they have any families come to them after the fact and have questions and concerns, have thought about it further, they refer them to me rather than the principal trying to field those questions, because they already have a lot of questions being asked of them already. And same for people when we talk to them at the door. They've got my details, any further thoughts, and people do call after. And once they've processed it, you know, sometimes it can be a wee bit of a shock. And then you think, oh, I should have asked that. And if, of course, somebody is not home, then they get left my contact details as well.
Yeah, and sorry, I was just going to add, schools can get on the front foot with that. So when we're going out and we're signalling that we might be notifying, they run a Keeping Ourselves Safe program with kids anyway, so they can kind of rerun that if it's timely. Sorry.
I was just going to ask, how long do you monitor? Someone's come out of prison and they've gone into the community. How long are you monitoring whether they're sticking to their conditions or what have you? Or
we're watching them the whole time they're on sentence. So if somebody is on a long sentence, 10, 20 years, we're working with them that whole time. And it takes a long time, especially for this cohort of people, before we start to ease the brakes off and give them freedoms. We recognise that the potential, if they were to reoffend, it would be in a very grave, serious way. So we are watching them the whole way through.
And how do you watch them? Do they have ankle bracelets on and that sort of thing as well? Like in terms of not going into parks or, you know, if that's a condition.
It's all dependent, but the majority of people that have a condition to not go into areas where children frequent will have electronic monitoring. As Keith said before, we use electronic monitoring for a lot of different reasons. So some people will have it to make sure that they're not driving at night time because they're a boy racer. Some people, it's around keeping them away from a previous family violence victim. And then some people, it's in relation to sexual offending
or whatever.
So I would always urge caution for the community. If you do see a bracelet, you know, someone picking up their kid from school, they're probably going to be there, allowed to be there, because if they weren't, we would be reacting very quickly.
Yeah.
And electronically monitored bail is the other one where they have a tracker on, and so they're not on sentence with us, but we have a 24/7 team that monitor those guys in real time.
But as our technology has evolved, if somebody has a condition which either keeps them in a certain location or keeps them away from a certain location, 99% of the time they'll have a bracelet to monitor it, because otherwise we're just crossing our fingers and hoping.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so that's the community notification process. We're not here to do it today or anything like that. It's just to make sure, we came out a couple of years ago to talk about it. We like to keep it fresh in your mind so that if it does need to be done in the area, you have more information.
That's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that, Kathy,
Just on a real positive note, some people from the department or some cluster of people have come to help in our reserves.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, and I think it's worked well with the community.
That would be community work, wasn't it? Oh, great.
Yeah, when we were
So-
sitting there before, we were sort of thinking about
reserves,
community
the
work
work,
and how they can actually offer support for community gardens and things.
So
Thank you.
I'm not sure if the work will carry on, but whatever's happened has worked well.
And if you ever have any other ideas for things that could be, we could provide some community work for, you're welcome to reach out. We want
flooding cleanup is always a big one out at Little River. Have you been contacted about that?
No.
No?
That's a good thought. I did not think of that.
Okay, that could be one that we're probably going to need again sometime in the future, in the next few years. But at the moment, there's still people who are needing help clean up.
We'll have another flood.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it's a bit frequent, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it is, yeah. No, that's great. Thank you very much, team. Really appreciate you coming out. And I agree, as the more we know, the less there's that vacuum that gets filled with unhelpful stuff. So it's really great that you could come out and give us the information so that we can then pass it on to our community and everybody knows what's going on. I feel better about it.
Fantastic.
Thanks for having us.
Really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Brilliant.
That's right. We're going to have a 10-minute break now. If you're hungry, grab some food because we've got about a 45-minute workshop. Got about a 45-minute workshop on after that. So I'm hungry, so I'm going to grab some food.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Excel sheet.
Yeah,
Excel sheet.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the second last.
Yeah, some people had opened, so some people that didn't.
No, I opened it now.
Well, okay.
All right, shall we begin the meeting? Wow, continue the meeting because we've done it on.
Okay.
Thank you, Liz, for running this portion of the meeting.
Is this bit video?
Yes. It is live streamed, yeah. Sorry.
Do you want to come sit here? Come sit here, Nina. It's close to the TV.
need to talk to my husband about a funeral. I just found out I'm organising a funeral.
Yes. Well, we're just live at the moment, so just FYI.
So I don't have a chance to, I'll sit here for a bit.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite so obviously
Either
much
way.
in the front of the.
We're all yours, right?
Sorry, just having problems with my word. Every now and again it collapses when I open
Oh,
the agenda.
not chosen a very good time to do it, is it?
No, it's been doing it all morning. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we on live streaming, Joe? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today's workshop is to assist the board in beginning to formulate its submission on the council's draft annual plan, 2025-26. Just a reminder, it's just workshops are informal. The purpose of this session is to discuss the consultation material and identify the matters the board may wish to include in its submission. So the workshop I've planned today is in two parts. The first part will look at the council consultation questions and discuss which ones the board may wish to respond to. You don't have to respond to every council question. And part two is then we'll look at the board's advocacy matters that affect Banks Peninsula. As mentioned in my email last week, I uploaded a working spreadsheet to the Big Tin Can. The spreadsheet contains submission points made by the previous board during its long-term plan and annual plan. A list of matters the board has mentioned over time that the board may wish to consider at this time, requests received from reserve committees, and there's also an additional submission from the Akara Voices for Peace for the board to consider as part of its annual plan submission. That was also uploaded. So the spreadsheet's intended to assist discussion and identify any submission points. I do have an update in the spreadsheet to add this morning. The Garden of Tane update about the arborists with the trees has now been completed, been confirmed by Parks, so that can come out. So we'll begin with the council consultation questions. So asking if you want to make a submission on that particular question, whether the board.
Just remind us where to find these questions.
In the cover sheet on the agenda page.
Cover sheet.
And if you go down, there should be some probing questions.
On page 60.
Something like that.
Page 64.
Okay.
Is it for discussion questions?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So that's when we decided to see the agenda. For each question, the board may wish to consider whether the board wishes to make a submission on that question, or whether the board supports the proposal, or whether the board has specific comments relevant to the Banks Peninsula community.
So how might the 7.96 rates increase affect our community or different communities within the area? Do you feel that's something we strongly want to speak about?
Like an enormous question to me. Give a sensible answer. Yes, super hard.
It's a question they always ask about the rates increases.
Like, are we overly concerned about it? Like, if you look at a traffic sign, I guess, green, orange, red, where does that sit for you and the people that you represent?
With given.
Or do we not want to comment at all? Because that's an option.
We do, because our communities want to raise these questions with increased cost of living.
Yep.
That is quite a significant issue, and then family is struggling. And I know through Heartland in Accra, there are numerous communities struggling, and then they will have a significant impact on those families. At the same time, a couple of days ago, Mayor Phil Major said in Accra, I think in one of the newspapers, that he wants to cap rate at 5% and the long-term plan. So how would that affect this rate increase? He made this statement.
I haven't
in the media.
heard that.
So that, well, I guess it's the annual plan might have been worked out quite a few years ago, and then the long-term plan is looking further ahead.
This is
maybe
the third year of the long-term plan.
Long-term plan.
Yeah.
So
this
he's
is
looking at the next long-term
Next,
He
plan.
was responding to the government's
Okay.
Yeah, a rates cap.
probability the government will wish to put on a rates cap.
So-
He's working out how to respond to it.
Giving the perspective from our community, what I hear is like they're quite happy with that statement. Quite interesting.
So that we are noting our communities are affected by the increased cost of living, especially around food and travelling, because that is quite special or unique
Now,
for Banks Peninsula, yeah.
with what is going on in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 60 or 70 cents per litre increase in this week. Fuel.
But to be consistent with that, we'd need to then propose where we would want to temper spending.
Well, not necessarily, we can just inform the council that that's what our community's feelings are. I think that that's adequate at this
Just
point.
raising the voice. Yes, at the same time, if council doesn't spend on any of the projects, then rates will come down significantly. So that is a
Okay,
difficult one.
so anybody else want to add anything more or less to that?
My view is that the rates proposed is balanced compared to what it could have been, compared to what other regions are increasing their rates by.
If you look at inflation, you look at average inflation, well, unfortunately, the things the council costs for the council have a different rate of inflation.
Okay, so we can still acknowledge that our community is feeling that, but we have noted compared to other increases of other, areas, that this is actually quite a, what was the word you used?
I use the word balance, rightly or wrongly, but, it seems reasonable, I think, into my mind, it's.
And just to clarify, 7.96 average, 7.4 for
and more for
residential,
rural.
unresidential, rural, and more for businesses.
Rural rates are higher than urban.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah.
And you'll also have to remember in the total rates bill, there's the ECAN rate as well.
Yeah.
That we don't
have anything to.
Yeah, we don't even see.
How do we feel about that in general? Team, does that cover everything we want to say?
So the board the view of the board is that you're noting the cost of living and the extreme cost of fuel in this current time, but compared to other councils, it seems reasonable. You'll have another go at this.
This is the draft.
How do we decision make on this? We have to decide on a final version and agree to it.
Yeah, well,
There's another workshop after the next board meeting on the 23rd. Yes,
that's right.
No, that's
Deadline
yes,
27th.
Yes, so I've got a week to write this and get it out to you.
So at some point, presumably, we have to pass a resolution to say this is our response.
You passed a resolution at the last board meeting after it's been all around the board that Lynn and yourself are the final authors.
But you can still speak to that while it's in draft. So anybody can speak to that once you read the draft that Liz and Sarah will send out, and then we can work from there before it gets finalised.
It will be out, but it has to be out to you by the end of this week. Good.
Thank you, Liz, in advance for all of that. Okay.
So we're up to capital program next.
Operational?
Operational, sorry.
We're number 2, still on the questions. Is that right?
You know, that's not the actual council question. so
Climate resilience, isn't it?
It's the Climate Resilience Fund.
Yeah.
Although I've got them mixed up, sorry.
0.25.
Yeah, no, let's just keep with the probing question attachment.
Okay, so we're on page 64. We're at number 2 is operational spending. Will you sort out the
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. the order later?
Sorry about that.
Okay. All right, operational spending. Does the board have any concerns about operational spending being $56.4 million higher than forecast in the long-term plan? Are members comfortable with the reasons provided for the increase? Does the board consider sufficient effort is being made to manage operating costs? Are the operational services particularly important to Banks Peninsula communities that the board wishes to comment on?
Well, the problem here is that some of this operational cost is cost we had anyway, being transferred from capital.
Yes, that's quite a change, isn't it?
Because traditionally IT software is capital because you buy the software program. But now, of course, everyone's moving to software as a service where you buy a service. So therefore, what we previously spent on capital for IT is now being spent in about 20 or 30 million of that.
Yes.
It's to do with that.
So what you are saying is this increase not because of the actual increase in the cost, but adjustments within the budget?
Yeah, where it's moved from capital purchases, buying a software license, to paying a fee for using software. It's a subscription.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's just changing the budgets.
Yeah, changing the budgets, yeah. I can't remember how much the total was transferred. There were 2 elements. One, that was one. There was another one as well, transferring from capital, which means that really you're just covering what we're already doing.
22.6 million in software development.
And there was
costs.
something else as well, wasn't it, from capital, I think?
Yes.
Yeah,
So that's since
the
the,
18.6, sorry, no, that is, no, that
since
is
the
for the
long-term
2.6
plan
only.
was written
Yes, yeah, because
Yeah.
basically the
to the
IT is moving fast, so they.
couple of years.
Yeah, and it's a perpetual problem that big organisations have a lot of capital in IT programs, but it turns out that people they're employing all the time because they keep moving from project to project and it gets a bit sort of murky. So I think it's a good clarification that we're actually clarifying that this is a cost of doing business.
I agree. I
Not the
agree.
cost of equipping the business.
It's clarification, yeah.
It's not the desktop computer, it's the software and the licenses that have moved over to.
Not the hardware, yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, there's a reduction in the money being spent on actually hardware.
So with that question that they are asking, it's not quite clear.
Well,
this distinction that we are.
Oh, you have to read a bit more.
Yeah.
In the.
required
in
for
the
context.
consultation. Yeah.
The actual document,
That
243 pages.
I gave you the link to on the cover page.
Yeah. So that part was in the proposal document.
It was in the council proposal, the draft. Yeah.
Yes.
So that was also in the, we sent through the links for those. Okay, so we're good with that?
You don't have to comment.
I don't think so.
I'm happy with that.
No comment
No
or is
comment.
no comment?
No comment.
Capital program, the draft annual plan reduces, let's go down to the questions and then we'll see what context we need there. Does the board support the approach for reducing the capital program to better align with what can realistically be delivered? Does the board wish to seek assurance that infrastructure affecting Banks Peninsula is not being disproportionately deferred? This is a very good question. Are there specific settlements or infrastructure areas the board considers should be highlighted? Okay.
I know, when I wrote these questions.
The biggest deferral looks like it's in water, which is what we discussed at the last meeting. We had a presentation. It seemed that they couldn't actually deliver what was allocated, so no point keeping the budget.
No.
If you can't deliver it.
And sometimes it's resources too, what resources are.
Yeah, well, the only concern I
Not
had
just
was
money.
if you cut the delivery team, you can't spend your capital. So if somehow have underspend on or not budgeted correctly for another people to plan and deliver the projects, then they're not going to get delivered.
So do you want to, we could make a note of that?
Yeah,
It's a concern.
Yeah, it's a concern. Is there a restriction on human resource to deliver the project so they can't get done?
No, here it is, I think the main reason is because of changing in the legislation at national level.
Okay.
So that's why
Good
three
point, yes.
waters, that is
For
why they are
Three
differing,
Waters.
and it makes sense to defer those projects.
Fair enough.
But Three Waters is not the only infrastructure or capital program that the Banks Peninsula has.
Yes, there's other ones.
Yeah, I don't see any other project that has been deferred. Can you give me some examples? So,
I was thinking about the roading program.
The levels of service.
Mm.
So in the past, it has been, we've had to fight to keep the levels of service, haven't we? And I'd imagine that there is something that will always be the case. So if we want to make a note of that, maintain or increase levels of service for roading, especially in regards to our climate change environment.
Increasing resilience.
And yes, because that's the focus. Yes, increasing resilience. Anybody else think of anything else missing there?
in increasing resilience, all those things. That we had a discussion about this, an alternative road to Christchurch, State Highway 75 that is more resilient. So there's no funding.
Well,
and
that's
there's no
NZTA,
plan.
unfortunately.
Yeah, no plan to do that.
But that's NZTA, the council doesn't do that.
No, we're talking about other road that council owns, not NZTA, through Port Levy.
Oh, the alternative, right, yes, okay.
Yeah, just remember.
So the standard levels of service we're having to protect at the moment anyway, let alone that, which is probably quite a different thing. That's like an entire project, isn't it? So do we feel that the current levels of service is something that we really need to say, hey, we need to maintain or improve this?
Well, I need clarification about what this meant. It says transferring budget from the chip seal reseals program, 7 million, to asphalt reseals and road rehabilitation. Does that mean they're going to take money out of something that is predominantly on Banks Peninsula and use it for something else?
Does it talk about
Chip seal that's a proper seal, that's like urban, that's urban stuff.
Are you talking about the geographical area?
No, I'm talking about it because it mentions particular types of roads here. Are they Banks Peninsula roads that because I don't know what chip seal reseals means.
So
so chip seal is the little stones and asphalt is the smooth stuff. So the urban stuff, and it's not the rural roads. That's what you're meaning?
So chip seal is urban only. It's not.
Yeah, that's not a rural road.
Right.
But there would be chip seal around the harbour, like this harbour is chip seal.
Right.
But a lot of the rural roads aren't.
Okay, so they're doing the right thing then.
Yeah.
They're putting the money into what is it?
Cost, asphalt and
Asphalt and road rehabilitation.
yes.
So road rehabilitation might be us.
When you come, just before the hilltop, that road, and then a little bit on the other side.
Yeah.
That is a different, you can tap.
Right. So it's not going to adversely affect.
What Nigel, I think, is trying to ask is this change going to mean less money spent on roads in Banks Peninsula and more money because they're transferring it to Christchurch? I think that's what.
Yes, it's probably not.
Kind of trying to say.
No, they're not transferring, they're deferring it.
I think your main.
Minus 14 mil.
I think.
No, if you look, I'm looking at the consultation pick from the council. There's a specific line about transferring budget from chip seal.
It was in the.
You're reassuring me that's not going to adversely affect.
Well, let's have a look at the bubble. Go into the bubble thing. We've used that before. That on there. Find out more. Yeah, and then we could go into Banks Peninsula roading. I haven't actually checked that one. So if you go up to the top here, and you go right in Banks Peninsula roading. That what it would be called?
Ward, don't you, in the bubble?
Okay.
You have to go road.
Too wild to that.
Resurfacing or something, and then you have to go and click on the bubble.
Oh, that's quite helpful for figuring out overall budget.
It doesn't really help, no.
But it could tell you the trend, though.
Maybe we can just get a reassurance and we'll find out.
Your statement about maintaining or increasing the levels of service.
Yes, I think we're covering
Maintaining.
Yes, that would be fine. Yeah,
We'll cover that.
I'll find some rules.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the last question, no, one of the questions, sorry, in the paragraph above that you've just talked about, capital program, if we go into the Climate Resilience Fund, I asked about infrastructure and coastal communities. And that was to lead into the Climate Resilience Fund. They want to pause the funding going into that.
No, definitely not.
Have they even started it?
They have.
There is a pool of money there.
300,000.
Can't lose it.
Yeah. I think I'll be a mistake.
One that Jane and her team, Tom, were doing.
Councillor Templeton and the previous council
Yeah.
put it in the long-term, the previous council put it into the long-term plan.
Okay.
I think that if anything, they need to increase it so they can figure out how to implement it.
That's right.
Because I think the thing is trying to figure out how to implement it. Anyway, that's obviously a big fat no for that one.
But I guess the thing in terms of advocacy is that the next question would be, if you want us to keep doing that, then the rate's going to go up. You're okay with that? It's almost like there needs to be some opportunity cost.
Yeah.
If we want the rates to stay at what we've just all talked about, then they're going to start putting, what is something that they could spend less money on?
Well, for every dollar that is spent in mitigation or resilience, climate resilience, you save $5 to $7 in cleaning up. So I think that there would pay for itself. That to me is quite clear, and that's an international number that's known and has been obviously played out a little bit around the country recently and has been used at national level, that you do need to create resilient infrastructure or else it costs more in the long run. So I don't know why that's not, it's just, I guess our short terms, our 3-year terms make it really hard to implement those types of things. The understanding is there, but we can still push that.
But do you think we need to, therefore, going back to the previous question about operational expenditure or capital expenditure or whatever, they say, we would suggest that operational expenditure is reduced by X amount in order to retain the Climate Resilience Fund. That's kind of where I'm going with this.
Okay.
But I mean, I wouldn't claim to know enough about the operational detail to have a foggiest clue where they could take such costs out. So I don't know, but.
Sometimes we do get asked for things like that, like prioritising is what you're talking about, isn't it? But I think prioritising one question over another is probably not called for us. They'd probably ask us to do that at this point. I don't know, what's everybody else thinking?
So we're just giving our examples of what our concerns are for our community and why we would
be council seeking your feedback so that they can do the horse trading at the council table.
So it's
after they've heard the submission.
The paragraph here describes what it's for, is to improve the resilience of roads, stormwater networks, coastal infrastructure, and community facilities. So we need to invest in these now and adaptations. And the cost will be substantial without early planning, for disproportionately on future generations.
And a lot of it is deferring. They're wanting to defer.
It's putting a hand in our pocket, or a hand in the ratepayer's pocket, I suppose, and saying this is for our children and grandchildren.
Yeah, and deferring it just kicks the can down the road, and it doesn't really help when next week we have a major event and we're there. So
no, it's good. Pushback is great. We're going to test what our thoughts are. So that's good.
Most of the cost of climate come from Banks Peninsula, eroding slips, and so we kind of have quite a lot of costs to council. City Council Banks Peninsula is costly to maintain.
And to our individual ratepayers.
And as compared to the ratepayers they collect from here.
No, but I mean, outside of your rates, if you live on Banks Peninsula, you're much more likely to have to put money out to restore your property or.
So do you think? Do you think we would prefer higher rates, and keep climate resilience, or not?
Yeah. So yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a powerful thing to put in the submission, but we might get shocked by our next door neighbours.
A lot, yes, you're quite right.
The house is washed away.
We do have a lot of slips in that, but we also have, this fund will cover things that are happening around summer and up in the coastal ward in that area as well. So it affects them as well, that resilience fund.
Yeah.
Could we make a note of that then, potentially, that if we're just wordsmithing a wee bit here, around the reasons why we think the climate resilient fund is important, because it's so many of the priorities of Banks Peninsula is protecting our community from these impacts which disproportionately affect us. Noting that is such a high priority, potentially we would negotiate over the rates pricing, looking around the room here.
For operational costs.
Yeah.
Against operational costs.
Against operational costs.
I don't know that it's correct to say that the peninsula is affected more than the city, because all of that coastal area, the inundation levels are.
It goes right up to like Woolston.
They are massive.
So it's not just.
No, good work.
And what they're building more properties and more public assets than I believe there'd be on the peninsula.
I mean, what they're building, I agree. Christchurch is a floodplain.
I did hear though, and we've got a lot of, who said that just recently? Somebody said there's a lot of assets, so an asset will get a budget for it to be protected. Oh no, this might be something altogether different. No, I'll get my thoughts sorted before I say it out loud. Going back to what you're saying, so take disproportionately out of that and say that it is a priority of the community board. Does that sound all good?
Yeah.
Right, so we're still on. Did we?
Can we talk to all the other community boards and get them all to say that too?
Same thing. Same time.
I mean, is that a role that we do or no? Is it not? Does it not work
You
like that?
could do that, but every
Naive
board
question.
is, their priorities are different. So.
For sure, but wouldn't it be very powerful for the council to hear that every single community board thinks that this is a
I think the
priority?
Heathcote ward would be very much in there, and the coastal Brooklands ward would be.
Yeah.
Would be saying the same thing. I don't know, I haven't talked to the board advisors in those places yet.
We could share our draft work with the other boards. It's not against the rules.
No, it's not. Or Lynn, the chair could talk to the other chairs.
Yes.
Yeah, my brain was just ticking away about what levers we've got to do that. Yes, we'll see what we can do.
The next, if we're ready to move on to the community grants and environmental partnerships, which I thought was another Banks Peninsula.
Does the board support maintaining current levels of community? Sorry, I'm not speaking to that. Would reductions disproportionately affect volunteer-led groups within Banks Peninsula?
So it's best to look at the summary that I've put first and then.
Yeah, I think maintain.
Yeah. Yep, thoughts about why?
There is willingness in the community and their community is passionate about it. So they will want us to convey that message.
Well, ironically, I wrote a thing in this paper that Nigel puts out where I point out that the volunteers in our community actually do so much work that it actually reduces costs to council and in various other ways. So I think supporting the amount of investment into volunteer work specifically in the reserves, I think is really important. Because if that stopped or that dried up or whatever, then I think you would have some big issues, big cost to catch up. Like, it doesn't take long, does it?
Yeah, there should be information on the number of volunteer hours that are associated with community grants.
Yeah,
having done one, because I've got
and it's on your decision matrix, particularly not the global number, but
just having filled one not long ago, the report, then I know we've got to put the volunteer hours in.
Yeah.
So we maintain or increase?
Well, that'd be interesting information to know what our volunteer hours are.
Okay, do we want to put the volunteer hours on there as an example of
Possibly, I was thinking more for our interest, but
cost saving?
I think it's quite compelling though. There might be a lot of councillors sitting around that table who don't actually have the foggiest idea that there's so many hundreds of people doing pest control.
Assuming it's not going to take
staff, is that okay?
You want to know the volunteer hours for the funding that the Peninsula receives?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, the ones, associated
All
with,
of the funds.
with the program.
Community grants and environmental partnerships.
If we can,
Yeah,
if we can extract it.
it might be two parts, it might be really easy.
It might, yeah.
Would be very challenging because council doesn't have input to other informal organizations. They operate independent to the council.
Yeah.
So.
It won't tell you all the volunteer hours, it just tells you the volunteer hours that are generated as part of the programs that are funded through this funding. Yes, so for example, if you apply for a grant, I applied for one, then you get your money, and you have to put a report in to say what you did, that you achieved the goals, and how many volunteer hours were used in that. So that means this money has volunteer hours actually attached to it.
Yeah,
It's working, it's volunteerism you created from having the money.
Yeah.
so it does get reported on. I don't know if it's broken down into wards though.
Yeah.
We can certainly provide you because this is a question about all of the grants. We can certainly provide you the number that's reported on every 6 months.
Even if you've only got the number for whole of Christchurch, it's still valid.
Yeah.
Makes the point.
So are you saying that you don't want that money to be reduced?
No.
No, 5%.
I mean, yes, we do not want to.
No reduction, okay.
Maintain.
I have to say, it's a seldom done thing in terms of.
It's always asked, just about every annual plan, it's been asked.
But they have done 5% in the past.
Now, the next one's about short-term accommodation. The council are looking at bringing in a revenue stream.
Is that the levy?
People with Airbnbs, they don't have to comply with safety, fire safety and stuff like commercial operation, hospitality operations and things. The question is, do you want to comment on that? It does affect Ekarara a wee bit.
Well, that's what's meant by business differential.
Yes, I think.
Pardon, sir?
The word, because the wording is changed to business differential. Which
differential.
in my brain
means.
So like businesses, they have to comply with so many rules and regulations.
Like hotels and those.
Yes.
Well, you have to pay
And
more rates.
Airbnb, they don't.
Yeah, business.
We're talking mostly Airbnbs, is that what we're talking about?
Short-term accommodation is Airbnbs.
Could be other
term for
Could be other platforms.
book a bunch or whatever, yeah.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
No, I think it's a good idea.
It's because they're not paying business rates
Yeah,
okay.
while running a business.
So if you are renting, I think like 60 days a year.
Yes, something like that.
Then you don't need to.
You pay residential rates.
Yeah.
If you look at the council papers, Nathaniel had a whole thing on this.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing nodding that it's good, we're happy with the idea.
Strongly agree.
Any unintended impacts on tourism that might not be great?
That was what my third question was about.
There are two things on the peninsula. I'll give you an example of Ekara. It's hard to find accommodation. If you find worker, they don't have a place to live because all those places have been rented out.
So long-term accommodation is hard to find.
Yeah. So same as in Christchurch, we've got so many houses are being built, then they are being rented as Airbnb. It's a good income. So it wouldn't have a negative impact on tourism as such, but it will generate good income for tourism.
Constrict the amount of accommodation available to tourists.
Yeah.
Which may not be such a bad thing. It'll put the price up. So
it may not restrict it. It may just make it more expensive.
Yeah.
And not just when you say tourists, it's like somebody from overseas, but international or what? Or very local as well.
Yeah.
Do we have any say about how we would like that to be? Did it, I can't remember whether it said where that funding, if that was to be implemented, would go.
To where the rates collected from. If it's more rates, it's collected from.
So you'd like that to happen?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't remember reading that, so I'm just checking.
I didn't read that.
No, I didn't read it. I'm just saying that the rates differential could be spent in respect to areas where the rates.
So it would go into the general account.
Can we
rates account.
make a note that that would be good to have
Could be a
potentially
ring
like
fence.
regenerative tourism things, a focus on regenerative tourism funding? That's just an idea. Throw that out there.
Just one of the unintended consequences was about people like having lots of visitors in a place, but then when an emergency happens or whatever, or like in the middle of summer when you have all tourists in one spot and having to accommodate them and not just kind of accommodating for the visitors and locals in a space, that sort of emergency hub thinking of what happens when, just having lots of people in one place.
So what the levy would have the unintended impacts on
Of
the tourism.
having a lot of visitors in one place where you need to accommodate for an influx of people,
It wouldn't change the number of people using those houses, but it will generate income revenue for the council that
you
could potentially be used for climate resilience, emergency response, tourism promotion.
So you're asking for that increase
that money could be
rate to
used
be a
for-
targeted rate.
Yeah, targeted rate to be invested in climate resilience.
Because it was a comment made
tourism,
that,
regenerative tourism.
you have lots of people in one space.
I don't have a strong opinion about this, but I don't necessarily agree it needs to be targeted. I mean, you could say that about every single bit of rates that we're paying. You could say that, and then next minute, that could make things very messy. I think we're part of Christchurch City Council and the rates should be the rates, in my opinion. Rather than be targeted.
Targeted rate, it doesn't mean that the money spent on money collected from Max Peninsula couldn't be spent in Christchurch. So
that's what you were kind of saying.
That's why we can just saying that money could be spent on climate resilience, tourism promotion, regenerative tourism.
Regenerative tourism.
Sorry, which money is this, Elsie?
The levy.
The increased rate on Airbnbs.
Or on Airbnb could be collected and spent on.
Right, so it wouldn't be an increase in rates though. It just means that some of the rates, because rates is set. Rates is a set amount and then it's spread out. So what they're saying is we think that people whose primary reason for a house is short-term accommodation, they should be paying more of their fair share.
Yeah.
But the share all adds up to the same amount. It's not going to increase the amount of rate take. It just means some people will pay more of that if they have that.
Right. Yeah, so that will increase the revenue.
No, it won't increase the revenue because we only rate for the amount that the budget needs.
Just shifting money within the rate.
Yeah.
But it means that other people will.
It's not going to be a big old
much.
slush.
Because I was trying to work out what.
Yeah, so that would bring the rates down.
Well,
accumulated with
the rise.
relatively throughout.
Okay.
It's just an equity or fairness.
It is, right. So do you have feedback on the proposal to remove the 60-day requirement? It's really hard. It'd be really hard to measure that. Or to know what they're saying is anybody that has a property that is only used for short-term accommodation, hosted or unhosted, should be rated accordingly as a business.
You could bring the number of nights down from 60 to 30 or something like that. Then that would bring.
It's hard to determine. It says it's hard to determine the amount of time a property is used for short-term accommodation. The current policy is hard to apply. We're not charging short-term accommodation providers the business rate differential. What they're saying is number of days is hard to count and
remove that.
But if it's a property that isn't if it's a property, if the definition is short-term accommodation is primarily used for short-term accommodation, or if it has a resource consent for that use, then it should be considered as that and it would become a business for rating purposes.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah,
sounds fair to me.
Does that sound like something you agree with?
Yes.
I see a few nods.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us do that one.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
We were going down a bit of a rabbit hole.
We're good at that.
Yeah.
All right, we were up to near list.
Sorry, I'm just going back now because I'm on lots of documents. Levels of service.
Okay. Air levels of service.
They're proposing minor changes. Apparently.
What do they?
Well, what does it include, those changes?
Board
We
wish,
need to go into the consultation document.
does the board wish to seek confirmation that the rural response standards remain equitable?
Page 92 of the draft annual plan.
Yeah.
Draft annual plan.
Rural and urban, they can't be equal in terms of services. Rural areas, they don't have water, sewer, or curbside.
You're not rated for that.
Yeah, so they are rated differently.
Yes.
And more.
But the rating line for example, water supplies will be much lower if you don't have a water supply. Like, I don't know,
yes,
it's an economic example. Governor's Bay, we don't pay a public transport tax.
Oh, so this is about meeting the new water guidelines.
Yes.
They probably don't have a choice about that.
No.
There are two areas. It's being water supply and comms and engagement is the second area of change. I would suspect with the water, it's about complying with the new regulations.
That's the metered.
I don't
I'm into
Putting the meters.
in August.
We're not talking about libraries, anything here. Is that including this level of service?
There's no change proposed.
No
to that.
change for them.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a lot of budget lines to go through. I remember that.
So no comment or a comment on levels of service?
I don't have any comment there.
So I'm just getting my internet working again, so I'm not much help at the moment.
Mine froze on me, so I just couldn't.
Nigel, you got any thoughts there?
No, mine's got stuck at once.
We don't.
I don't think I have a comment about this one. I'm quite relaxed about it.
Anybody else having a problem with the internet?
I'll come back now. So
Mine froze before, so I couldn't move anything. Are you right, Ben? Is your internet working?
Yeah, it has been.
I read the consultation document, I didn't read the full plan.
There we go.
I'm sorry to say that again.
Okay.
I tend to read, but
I will read the plan a bit more when I'm putting the submission together.
So yes, we'll make sure we just doubly look over that one when we're going through the draft team.
Yeah,
I
think
my
so.
internet's not going, so I'm finding it hard
Because the
to-
comms engagement talks about your board, your community board newsletters and memos and updates from the chief executive as well to you. So you can have a look at that. Okay, they're proposing a small increase.
Yeah, I thought
The level of service.
I didn't understand that, but
Right,
More has to happen. But there's no cost to that.
all right, what's next?
iconic buildings.
Oh, yes. Okay. Christchurch, History Museum, Provincial Chambers and the Arts Centre.
Any questions? Because I can't even get into the questions that you asked. Sorry, Liz.
290 million across 4 projects. Does the board support exploring potential future council investments? Should any funding be conditional on significant central government contribution? And does the board consider infrastructure and resilience investment should take priority over additional heritage funding?
I was a bit
Yeah, might be.
pushing there.
Yeah.
Well, just as a little context, we were asked about the museum last time, and we didn't take into account how that might reflect the museum here. And so I would encourage people to think about, if we feel strongly about this, yes, but if we don't, potentially not making a comment.
My recollection is it was about, we were asked about Wigram specifically
Yes,
last
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And that was the issue.
Yeah.
That caused a bit of problems.
Yeah.
Did it? Why?
Because Littleton Museum is heavily supported by Wigram. So by us sitting here saying we want money to come to Littleton Museum and not Wigram,
That's 5 million.
they weren't very happy.
Oh, yeah.
Wigram,
Because that's where their collection is.
yeah, because they're doing a favour basically.
Right, yeah, right.
So there's a lot of
Interesting.
internal stuff that we may not necessarily know about that we are making comment on. So unless you feel strongly about something, that's what I was saying.
No comment.
I think it's quite helpful that question, does the board consider infrastructure and resilience investment should take priority over additional heritage funding? Because that's not specifically about a museum, that's about cathedrals and old buildings in Christchurch. And I personally think infrastructure and resilience is far more important than heritage funding, just purely because it's a life or death situation.
The heritage funding has alternative sources.
Yeah, this.
If the council, the more the council funds, the less comes from alternative sources. So you kind of, yes, there'll be a shortfall and a scramble and a difficult problem, but there are options for the environment and protection.
So
that doesn't, no one else is going to do that.
There is a question there I have put. Should any funding be conditional on significant central government? Or I could have put central government or other contributions.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a question.
Yeah, that would ease pressure from fully dependent on council funding.
But there's only so much money in the bigger picture, right? So either way, you're just taking one bit of money from there or there or there. I mean, philosophically, the question is what is more, in my mind, what is more important? Restoring the old buildings that were probably underinsured in the first place, or sorting out the infrastructure resilience issues which are actually impacting on people's lives directly. In my mind, the higher priority, if we had enough money, great, let's do it all, wonderful. But in other parts of the world, they let these things that fall down become relics because they're prioritising other things. So
at the same time, there are other projects that council is spending significant amount of money, and everyone is happy to do that.
Like,
for example, Takapuniki, we have got significant amount of money in the Elton plan for landscape development. One would argue that why we are not funding heritage buildings, which needed fixing.
Well, there's a Treaty Waitangi, which is probably the answer to that question.
So there is an argument there. People take heritage seriously. So they will want that funding there. That's why this board supported numerous projects in the past.
Peninsula does have historic buildings as well.
So
a lot of these, a lot of these are not part of Banks Peninsula. It's more part of it as well.
So it's whether the board wishes to comment or not on iconic buildings.
Yeah, well, I think we kind of need to be, I don't know, what do you think? I'm going to put this out there. Do we all need to be on the same page to make a comment?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Are we all on the same page?
About not making a comment?
About making a comment.
Yeah.
Yes. Josie was wanting to make a comment. So I'm just following that path at this point in time. So no, we're not all on the same page yet.
Can I just say one more thing? I'll just kind of reiterate what I said before. Is heritage buildings are a unique spending option because one, it's not necessarily urgent. Two, it's not it's a sort of restoration of the psychological well-being of the city, but it's not essential to people's health and well-being. And it doesn't usually get lost. It doesn't happen straight away. The museum will carry on being a conundrum as to how they're going to find the funding, but eventually it'll be found. The same goes for the cathedral. I mean, cathedrals in Europe often took 200 years to build. So, the idea that it has to be done right this minute is just not necessarily true.
But then do we lose it altogether? Because if you talk about the museum in some ways, it's gonna need to focus on
That's what the
that.
museum will tell you. We'll lose it altogether. We don't lose
The
the money.
question is, are you speaking your community? What does your community say? That what you just said to your community that you represent, they agree with you?
I don't know what they think about historic buildings, particularly the cathedral and so on, but I do know what they think about climate resilience, which is, and, you know, and we've only just had one a month ago, you know, where it's a, you know, it's had a massive impact on a whole lot of people's lives.
Okay, so it seems to me it's not a clear answer we have.
Yeah.
So I think just to be on the safe side, we should leave that unanswered.
Yeah.
Because it is a big topic.
Yeah.
And we have different views.
Yeah.
Which is fun. Okay.
Now, board members, we're going to move on part 2 of our workshop, which is focusing on the board's advocacy matters for Banks Peninsula. In the spreadsheet, there are a number of matters the board have raised over time, which members have wished to consider including in the submission.
Should we have a look at our spreadsheet then?
Yes, please. Okay. These include matters such as resilience of rural road network, road safety improvements, community facilities, requests from reserve committees. Members may wish to discuss whether they'd like any of these included in their board submission.
So we've got under further along, we're going to G, section G of the spreadsheet.
Row G, you mean?
Row G, thank you. Relevant for 2026, 27 and plan. So we've got some yeses and nos. Are we just really going to go down potentially through those to see if we agree with those yeses and nos and see if we've missed anything? Is that what we're kind of, would that be helpful, or am I off wrong tangent there?
No, the yes and no's that we've put in is what staff are thinking.
It's advice, right?
Whether you wish to,
that's why I wondered.
It is not the board's view.
No, but that's why I was going to, is it good for us to discuss whether we feel that's important or not? Okay.
How long have we got?
We should be finished up by now, but as long as you guys.
36 lines.
And
Don't spend a lot of time each one.
sometimes it might not be whether it's important or not, but whether it's relevant for us to.
Right, I hear what you're saying. So it's important, but not at this time relevant.
Well, like I was looking at the Little Tin Museum and.
Yes.
If you look along the line.
Yes, if you look along the line. And from what I remember discussion in the past was that it wasn't something we could
do.
Or we can influence or should be influencing at the moment. Yeah. It's outside of our
priorities. Sphere of influence.
Yeah.
Right.
Sphere of influence.
Advocacy though.
Okay. Yep.
And I think that if Penelope would know more about the museum than I would, about their funding.
Well, they still have to come back with a proposal, actually. So we're waiting on them to come back with a full proposal.
It says here August 22, 26.
Well, that's currently what's planned.
Yeah, yeah. So that was there. Yeah, but they haven't come back with a proposal that can be consulted on. So that will have to happen in the long-term plan now. So at the moment, I would say that because you don't have anything to respond to, that's why it's a no. No.
Okay. So all of these we've discussed in meetings and our priorities before, and so they're not necessarily just, I don't see that as staff advice, I see that as what we've discussed before, and that's kind of where we're at. But if there's something that anybody wants to say, hold on, let's talk about this some more, yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Can I just say the very first one, the information centre funding, that was so you are still waiting on, there was an annual plan resolution from last annual plan that went through. Tyrone got it through at the last minute, and that when they were deciding on the annual plan, and that it was for some advice to be provided. That has been provided, but hasn't made council yet. So until you get back that advice, we go ahead. You can ask again, I guess, because that loop hasn't been closed yet. So the business case shows 21,000. That's what staff are recommending, that for Littleton and Akarawa to continue delivering their volunteer services. I was interested that Littleton are talking with Little River as well. They had a slightly different,
understood it, that was Little River as well.
yeah, they had a different model which didn't use volunteers, it used paid staff delivering the service. So staff didn't support that model. However, if you want to still put in something in your submission for funding, you are most entitled to. It's hard, I mean, you haven't got lots of detail about that right here, but I guess the question is, do you still want some support funding for the 3 information centres, 2 or 3 of them anyway, across the peninsula? The ones that was really interesting timing this morning, having that there was to they get people who come directly from the airport to that centre.
The question is, the operational cost of these information centers, they are different. You know, these center, they will want more money as compared to Accra or Little River.
They're similar. They're similar. They're kind of similar. They're not hugely different.
And this one?
This one's a little bit bigger, and this one already gets $10,000 a year line item budget. This one secured every year.
So, and that is for volunteer hours.
It's for, no, it helps to pay the manager, the manager who coordinates all the volunteers. And that's the funding that the board has provided for Akaroa is the same. It's for their coordinator to then coordinate the volunteers.
I think it's quite a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Important difference.
Yeah. But anyway, look, that's probably a bit of a rabbit hole, but I guess the question is, do you want to include asking for funding for these centres in your submission?
Definitely.
Okay.
Nodding heads, yes.
Yeah.
All right, shall we go through the list?
Yeah.
Destination management plan implementation updates. So what's some context that would be helpful there for people have included in the draft?
You have included asking for regular updates and
so that's
implementation. Implementation.
That is, we're all good with that?
Yeah. So we're submitting on that.
Yes, it's still important to us, I think.
Okay.
So are we just asking for regular updates? We're not talking about anything more than that.
We've heard from Christchurch NZ that that's what they can give us. But we can always work for more, but do we want to have that in our annual plan? You might need to do some more work around that.
If it's in your board plan, you can work on it for 3 years.
True, that's true. Yeah. Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah.
All right. Service centre opening hours, review hours to better meet community needs.
They were going to do some collect some data on number of people visit.
We did. We did, and the email was sent to the board in March, on the 20th of March 2025.
So there's not enough walk-ins to warrant extended hours. Okay.
Just had a curious question about service centres. Now with post office levels of service being reduced in some places, I wondered service centres.
Hang on, sorry, one person at a time. I've got 1 ear, 2 ears.
With levels of service at service centres, but now knowing that some post offices service levels are dropping, are there increased requests for like postal services? Because I know, like, at the Littleton Post Centre, people are coming in to try to pay car registration, things that they've lost, like at the Ferrymead Centre. So I just wonder if they're coming to
that's an interesting question, isn't it?
Centres in different areas. Just was really curious. Like if other places are picking up things.
Yeah, I don't know. Asif, do you have a comment to make about the post services?
No, I haven't read that email that I missed, so I don't know what to comment. Yeah, so I must have
Just
missed
one,
that
like,
email.
I guess what I'm saying is what are the gaps there that's in the levels of service that service centers?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or increase them,
There might
yeah.
be increased demand.
As I mentioned previously about, and the reason I brought that up was people needing to do something after hours.
Oh,
You know, it was just 10 to 2, that is a service time.
Yep.
And it was really hard for them to get that service. So that's why I brought it up, and so I'll go through that email and come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll leave it as a maybe.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe it's not extending the hours, but changing the hours.
Yes, that's what the board submitted on last time, was to look at how the hours could be suit the community. So this is a maybe.
Okay, maybe. Now we're on climate resilience fund, which we don't need to discuss, we've already assigned that.
Yeah.
And then marine structures, we've already
done that.
about that.
Yeah.
Little museum, we've crossed that one off. Port levy, earthquake strengthening, we were in favour of that, because that's in our plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the better off fund was spent there.
No, that was, yes, it was spent on the kitchen toilet ablutions, but not the, it's a separate building from the actual old school hall.
Okay.
Is earthquake, it's the only one you have that is still earthquake prone.
Sorry, what did we do about marine structures?
That was a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So Pigeon Bay Settlers Hall.
That's not earthquake prone now, so it doesn't need, and there's a whole lot of money being spent on it as we speak.
Yeah, let's not do this,
having
let's
some
spend more,
upgrading
right,
stuff,
good.
so that
They
can
are
probably
doing
come
really
right
good.
out of that.
So we're not going to.
No.
No, that's a no.
Yeah, that's already in.
Reserve community funding and support, we
Yes,
maintain that.
I think it's 2028.
Okay.
I've been waiting for an update.
That stops in 2028.
Yeah, the specific little bit.
Yeah.
Which wasn't new money even when it was created. It was pulled out of regional parks
Okay.
and named that. But it has been appreciated to be named that.
Having that line.
I think what would happen, what would be useful if we put that reserve, that money, and then the little, any of the reserve committee requests together.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
there are some further down.
And the completion of Ben's Peninsula Reserve Management Plan, it has been going on for a while.
Yes.
I thought it would have been completed by now.
It's a very big, it's a long process and it's a really big plan, but you can certainly ask for more updates about that, I think.
Yeah, an update would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Okay, we'll do that.
You want an update, but are you wanting it in the submission or wait till next year?
Let's get an update this year, eh? So the board's fully informed, ready for the LTP.
I won't have it in time for this, for the LTP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Racial water supply.
Looks like that's already been done.
Yeah, the do shells, yes.
Yeah.
It's done.
It's on its way. Well, it's sort of.
That's fine.
Rural safety work for rural roads. What sort of, are we talking about those road markers? Is that
Yes, yes, the stuff that
you talked to the people about last time.
Yeah, so that would be very helpful, actually. Identify some rural roads that are used more by tourists and then just have a start with those. Because that funding can come from the operational budget.
So what would you have done to the roads?
Identify some roads which are used mainly by tourists. A lot, rural roads.
I have to say this, but you'd be quite surprised where you can find a tourist sometimes in the peninsula. They use all sorts of roads.
Caravans.
I thought that the staff felt that the budget was quite good now, is the sense that I got.
And Edwin is bringing that priority work.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so he says that funding could become from operational budget.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't need to advocate for it.
We don't have to
I don't
say,
think we
or
should.
we.
Yes, no, I don't, I've got a no next to
Okay,
it.
that's good.
Yeah.
The next one was about including Ikaroa Harbour.
That's in our plan already.
Mhm.
So put that in. The pigeon bathing might be new to some of you, yeah. Oh, that's a no anyway.
Yeah, staff are monitoring it.
I was going to say, because it's being attended to.
I agree.
Yeah, okay, right,
I agree.
sorted. Maintain biodiversity and pest management funding. Yes.
And when you put this in your submission for the long-term plan, you were successful in keeping the biodiversity fund.
It is 500,000, I think.
I looked up on the website, it said 400.
Or 500,000 somewhere.
Do you mind looking into that for when the draft comes through, so we can see where that's from?
The next one is quite important, we felt.
Yes,
Well, can be more specific? Is it emergency communications in terms of technology communications, or is it emergency communications like getting messages out?
Into technology.
Technology, the hardware.
I thought that's what it was. Probably say. I remember we had Orion told us we could borrow their network.
Yes.
That was the Ikaroa people.
Yeah, well, still.
Group. Yeah.
Yeah, still, I think it'll be good for, I think it'd be great for that communication.
Technology for communication.
Great, it's really good to see that there, thanks. Dundale Hall, how are we going there? We're all good. No?
Yeah, well, the bookings are going well.
Good.
It's in use.
It's fine.
5 or 6 weddings booked.
I think that enough money's been wasted on Allendale Hall.
Right, well, they're all happy, so that's good.
We wanted to know more data. I mean, you've only just got the hall back up and running.
Yeah.
So it's usage, is it? Yeah.
You could ask the Reserve Committee for a report.
Sure. What will it look like? They've been measured and monitored and investigated.
And toilets are part of our plan anyway. So it'll be prioritised within what we do.
You need more data to know.
Yeah, so that will come through sometime when we get renewal stuff, potentially. How will we hear that?
What's that, sorry?
So, for example, if it's being monitored with Juvashal, we will discuss that again when the team comes.
Because there's a few public toilets that are being monitored.
Yeah, I'll look at that. Now, the Albion Square grass, this has been sitting there ever since Andrew Turner put it on, probably at least two terms ago.
It's all spicy and grassy.
Compared to everything that you're advocating for, is the grass that dies over summer and then comes back to life when it rains, is that a priority enough to advocate for in the annual plan?
Huge problem. Litter, I've heard of as being a problem.
I would defer to our representatives from Littleton.
So long as it comes back to life again.
Just don't put anything. Yeah,
Do
no,
you get complaints about it or anything?
no, I think we've got community parks looking after that. These two spaces, I think.
Yeah, they don't
It's part of that, which is quite good. I think that's a new thing for.
Okay.
So that was on
No, it's good.
it was on the board list.
Right,
Yeah,
cool.
that would be a no.
Great. Yep.
So it looks like Little River Shared Pathway is actually NZTA, not council.
It's the funding comes from.
It was part and part.
Yeah, it's a partnership one, Nigel, and you get NZTA funding to put it in and council put it in.
It all got a bit messy during the
Yeah,
funding, so I'm wondering who actually manages it. I think it's NZTA actually does.
I think, as we've said, a wait for LTP because we don't know what the upcoming flooding.
So that was the last little bit, wasn't it, to get that turned to the other side of the road?
Nuku Road parking and stormwater control. So, yes, parks.
Oh, yes. So they, Garden of Tano Reserve Committee came to the board about this a little while ago, quite a while ago now.
Yeah, they,
because it's
last week.
No,
Or
this
is it
was
a different project?
This was
Water.
a wee while ago.
Yes, I remember.
In future,
yes,
there'll be a date next to the board list. They came above Garden of Tane on a
Yes.
road, and people park up the
Just
top,
past
so it
the
gets quite muddy and water goes down into the garden.
And then round to the beach road.
Yeah, so it's almost a CSR kind of thing, isn't it?
Youth and multicultural facility.
So was it, sorry, was that a yes for the,
yes
or a no for Onaku
Yes.
Road?
Yeah,
please?
that's fine.
Yes, I think.
And we haven't done the Littleton Reserves either.
No, we're up to Littleton
It's, well,
Reserves.
yes, so it's in their triennial plan, it is for
So we've agreed to it already, haven't we?
the next, hey, we
We've
agreed.
approved that plan, haven't we?
The weeding, or you're talking about Onuku
No, the Littleton
Reserves.
reserves, they have a triennial plan. I thought we said that.
You just receive their plan, you don't
All right.
approve it.
This is the money for it.
So this is, yeah, so they've got funding for two other things that they're wanting, but this is another extra.
Right.
I think it's worth asking.
Yeah.
Could come out of that money, the reserve committee money, if you get that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Donald Street Stables. Proposal to follow up, keep nudging that you want some action on that.
If there's a proposal to follow up.
Well, it's that creative
There
hub
was
one.
that.
You know, they.
Oh,
came to
yeah.
court.
Yeah.
And then we had the
The big
Christchurch
advice
and Z one
with
previously.
enthusiastic presentations, but
Yeah.
we need some more substance.
I'm actually going to a meeting about that tomorrow, just remembered.
Okay, cool.
I've been roped into that little,
Oh, good on you. So
Yeah,
is that
so-
something you want to advocate for?
well, I don't quite know what I'm advocating for at this point,
Okay.
but maybe I'll know more after
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Other than
So
the
that's
fact that they
amazing.
want to turn it into this, you know, make a space hub for local artists, but I'm not quite sure how they're going to actually run it.
Because this could wait to the long-term plan, which is next year, and
Yeah.
probably take a year for the group to really know what they're
Nice.
wanting to advocate for.
Well, I think they know what they want to advocate for. What I'm not sure about is whether that they know how to make it, first of all, how to get the works done, because the building needs repairs and stuff. And second of all, how to make it financially sustainable. And if they need to make it financially sustainable, or if they're going to have this building for free, like none of that, all of that seems very unclear.
Building for free, it might not be fancy sustainable.
Yes, that's right. So there's still going to be costs, whatever, but you know, that whole financial sustainability business model kind of side of it is a little bit, it's very, very murky. And they're having a meeting with someone from the council tomorrow and the community who are meeting, and they asked me to come to, so I'm doing that tomorrow, so.
Well done.
That's good.
So who are they? Is this
Paul, Sabrina and Paul.
Yes, I know, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah. And the main reason why I think I've been roped in is because they want to do a makerspace, and we run a makerspace at, you know, where I work. So they've been in and out of that and sussing that out with me.
Okay, so work in progress.
So the next one is the one I gave you an update with this morning about the trees. That work is now done, so that'll come off your list.
Oh, we haven't done the youth and multicultural.
Oh, sorry, it's me.
No, you're right. As if you were going to say something.
And there is
Yeah,
a submission
think
in the big tin can from
there is a
the
good-
Akaroa Voices for Peace.
Good support for that in the community.
It's a, I'm just trying to find that proposal that they sent through. If you.
When did they send?
Last week.
It's on the agenda then.
I
Have they been before at least once, if not twice, to the board?
Before, yeah.
So I remember at least one from last year when I wasn't on the board.
And now this is
Yeah.
a letter, they made a submission to the council's annual plan and had attached this as well, and staff forwarded it to me because it's part of our, it was asking the board to consider.
I thought the presentation, when I saw it last time, I wasn't on the board, I was just.
Yes.
I thought it was very competent and encouraging.
They're a good big group. Yeah, they're quite active in the community. They're doing lots of work.
It's nice to have something.
Multi.
But no, something from Akaroa that wasn't just going to be tourism. It's about the people
Community.
who were the community who were there,
Different, diverse community.
and a community that, you know, if you're not born and bred Akaroa, it's kind of tricky.
Yeah. So their submission that their letter that they've written is a different thing again, though. That's really, this is a very big.
That's different than what they've presented on.
Completely blue sky thing, a sport complex a hub, that goes from like they're basically wanting to take over, sounds like the whole recreation ground with some building that's going to do all these amazing things. So, it's a really big concept. I'd be really.
Where is that letter? Is it in Bigton Camp?
Yeah. So as far as them being annual plan, could there be some groundwork done so then we could see if that's a long-term plan worthy? So
So staff are working with with locals to activate existing spaces for young people and community. So that did kick off from that work, didn't it, Asi, from last year? So, and reducing the barriers, the access barriers for people generally.
Do you think that's worked?
It is working, yeah.
No, they're doing the work. I think it's worked. You know what I mean?
Is it, sorry?
Has it achieved the outcome?
No. No, it hasn't. What I understand from the discussion that I had with them and the presentation is they wanted to create a space for youth and multicultural. They got their inspiration from the work that council has done in Hagley Park.
Yeah, the
multicultural center. So they want to create a space like that for youth, similar to what Berlin's Flat community they are doing. So it is kind of around youth. What work has been done on that through staff?
We have to talk to Steffi about that, because she has been working with them.
Okay.
So is it a bit too blue sky at the moment for annual plan, but can we keep working with the long-term plan?
I think we keep supporting, because I have had a discussion with Tyler a number of times on this.
Yeah.
So he has asked for it. Councillor Tyler, he has got youth and multicultural portfolio.
Okay, so what you're asking for is operational support to keep working with community to develop this concept in some way.
I read what they sent through this time, and it seemed very similar to what they said before.
Yeah,
it was fairly broad, but
Yeah.
with some really good themes.
Yeah.
And how to deliver it.
Yeah.
I think there's lots of discussion to be had around that.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be grand either.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
So yes,
We're just going to, the board's going to ask for continued operational support in developing the multicultural
Great.
plan or centre.
Yeah.
So now, Liz, what were we going to say about the Garden of Tane?
Sorted.
That was, the board updated today that the
Oh, right, yes.
trees have now been
Mhm.
completed, so that will come off your list next time to see it. Vital Path mural, you'll recall John McGlister coming to talk to you about getting it refreshed. So Joe, our CDA, has been working to find out costs and things.
Okay.
Which is 10,000 and there's no funding on the budget.
No funding.
So you need to decide whether it's a bit like the Albion square grass, I guess.
Mm.
It's important enough for you to go to bed.
All right, locals, what do you think?
Oh, I only know about it because my friend was organising a reunion which involved the bridle path, but I haven't actually heard anyone else talk about it.
Is there not a bridal path preservation society, isn't there?
No.
Yeah, somebody else might be interested in.
No.
What is it called? Pilgrims Society or something?
Yes, they came about it.
They came.
Did they?
Yeah. I mean, if the Pilgrim Society came back and said we'd raise 5,000, well, maybe we'd be able to. But I
Not-
no.
I'm hearing that it's not something the board wishes to put in this submission.
Yeah, I'm not expecting to put it in there.
Yeah, that sounds good. There's no.
But we'll keep it on the list.
Great, thank you.
Beach Road.
So the next one, we thought you didn't need to submit because there's work happening on that. And the plan was to do the markings and then work it from there. So I think you've got good buy-in already, rather than submit on it.
I'm sure, yeah.
Naval Point.
You put this in your submission just about every time, really, I think. It hasn't resulted in increased funding, but it has maintained the fund. I mean,
Yeah,
it has
it's
been
maintained the momentum of it.
So,
But did we say the toilets didn't have funding either?
oh, toilets are not, well, that's,
But
yeah,
it's
that's
not part
the,
of-
this is, that's the, yeah,
This is,
yeah, so, yeah, the actual naval point development.
You've all, so Naval Point, we asked you to consider whether you want to.
I wouldn't use you.
Yes? I will get more information from the project manager about that. That's all she gave me when I asked. Public toilets renewal budget, this came from your workshop.
Yes, yeah.
And it's going to be part of your new board plan, I believe. So, public toilets.
Great.
Yeah, I got some photos and I will send about Cansbear toilets I mentioned.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Then I got the photos. I'll send.
Okay, good. That could be helpful for the presentation.
Now, Governor's Bay, Faulkner's Track.
There have been injuries. I'm told, I know, there's been injuries. I was just thinking about the other day, that to get out of Governor's Bay, there's no bus. You'd be brave on a bike, but I've done it regularly. And there's only a few ways to walk out. You can't walk up the road, there's no footpath up the road out of Governor's Bay into town.
At all?
No.
No, it stops.
You just walk and get run over by what's coming, whatever's, well, not quite, but whatever's coming, there's no walkway. So you've got to you have to find a path to go up Faulkner's. It is the track out of.
It's the one the school children use to get to school. Didn't that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
It's a popular walking track.
Yeah, but it's also an access. You're quite right to Zephyr Terrace as well.
You're talking about injuries on it.
Yeah.
Is it unsafe?
Unsafe. Yeah.
Well, they had loose shingle on it. I believe they've taken some of that.
Yeah, there's still some bits that are muddy and difficult. Okay. Anyway, it's just one of those things. Governor's Bay has a strange sort of unique isolation where you can't get out except in a car.
Do you want to
choose the? Do you want to submit on?
Do you want to advocate for that?
Yes, we want to advocate for that, don't we, Nigel?
Yeah.
Community.
We want to walk home.
Okay.
No,
And walk delivered to me.
Honestly, it's a thing that gets most often raised with me when he thinks about Faulkner's Track.
Right, there we go.
How long is it? Length-wise?
Oh, this bit we're just talking about the beginning of the track. To walk the whole way up over, it's going to take you probably about an hour.
Okay.
But I mean, that was just an example, but it is used, it is a way of getting from Main Road to some of the settlements up there without going right down the road and back up again.
Yeah, it's a shortcut.
So you're talking about the lower portion?
Yeah.
Just the entrance,
Should we clarify
That's a
that?
good idea.
Yeah, it says entrance, well, it says enrance T track.
Sorry.
You can fill in the.
All right.
We're nearly there, guys. Stanley Park, they came to us when we were in Akaroa. And you recall from their presentation, the first priority 1 and 2, they've secured funding through parks. But there's a third year of priority work in 2028 that they want.
But this is about the council annual plan, isn't it?
Yes, not the long-term plan. Yeah. So we're just going to wait for the long-term plan. Is that what we're asking?
And it's
It could.
Which bit they have done, the one by the beach road, they have done that bit,
But then the zigzag one.
zigzag one, so they
Yes.
wanted
Yeah.
the boardwalk.
Yes.
Okay.
In the presentation last time, there's a slide there with the priorities on.
I'm going to have to go at 2.
But they've got the first 2, but they haven't got the third one, which is part of their triennial plan.
Would it hurt just to put it in there?
Put one in where?
Just yes, now.
Well, there's ongoing work though.
Yes, that's what we've put, yes, but for the long-term plan stuff.
Yeah.
Not for annual.
It's not ready, is it?
We want to highlight it to council to consider. The Bonds Bay.
Now, this is just for barbecue tables.
The first bit is, yes.
Yeah.
How did this get separated from the rest of the reserve committee stuff?
Pardon?
There's a thing further up about reserve committees, and then there's another thing about a reserve committee.
Yes, yeah, that's right. There are several. Stanley Park is also a reserve committee, and so is Littleton Reserves, which in your submission,
how they come.
In your submission, they would go together.
Okay,
but,
right. That's fine.
But one of them is a fund for all of the reserve committees to be able to tap into or be spent over, and these are specifically from each of these committees asking
I see, right.
which may end up coming from that fund
Yes.
if it can't be funded separately.
And they're on the list just as they come in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then O'Kane's Bay water supply. So it's on the thing to be deferred until 2034, and you're suggesting from an information session, you don't want it to be deferred.
To 2034, you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to do something. You need to help that community a bit more than what we are, I think.
It has been deferred many times.
Right.
Is this the place to have the stuff about Diamond Harbour Village plan and where that, not Diamond, yes, Diamond Harbour Village plan and where that's.
There is funding for that. It's on the plan.
It's already on the capital plan for.
That's good to check though.
Does it? Okay.
It's good to check. Yeah.
Check
And
that.
another question about Littleton Rec Centre, I'm assuming it's premature to think about future funding for that. We have to wait for what we're going to do in 11 months' time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So how about things that aren't on here?
Bring them up now. Just make sure.
Well, I wanted to talk about with roads people have been twice to the community board to talk about the junction of Dias Pass, Main Road and Governor's Bay Road. It's all been done, but when? You know, because
It's coming back with cost and something.
it must have been 6 months ago or more. He came and told the community board about it. Then he came and told us again. You can only sell the same. You can only sell it once.
You're welcome to.
Does it go on here?
It is on budget. It is on budget.
And it's for next, I think it's the 26, 27.
And they have funding for it.
The funding
So
is.
it's more about
Well, can we advocate
capacity
to bring
and
it?
doing it. Well, this won't make it. It's on budget.
It's already in
It is already in there. This
Yeah.
is something that
It's
we're
more
trying to
about
push it on the list.
About delivery. That's even mixing concrete.
So that's what my next question was, is if there were any other issues affecting communities that members would like to include.
The only other thing was the repairs to Jetty Road that we talked about. Sinking steadily.
Is it still?
It's still moving.
So we need an update on when that is.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I was,
Okay.
rumours tell me
I didn't
it's
realise it was
delayed.
still
so,
sinking.
Oh, okay. You can
because-
always do an elected member information request.
Yes.
For things like
To
that.
ask for information
Um,
and I'll deal with it.
so with the Birdlands flat being able to help them out a little bit, could there be a potential, like a small amount put towards a scoping plan? Or is that being dealt with internally by staff
For what, sorry?
for the Birdlands
Birdlands
flat?
Yeah, because then wasn't it interesting that you had both the young people come
Yeah.
forward and Steve come forward with the historic interpretation buddy for wanting in the same area. So immediately I noted, we need to do some community planning around that we reserve, because it is only small. And there are those were two, potential activities or new concepts for that to happen. So,
because if that's going to potentially lead into long-term plan stuff, which it could,
yes,
then having a little bit in the annual plan now to, figure out, is that even worth doing, or what are they wanting to do to help them with that, might front load it, or is that too much? Is there enough, I guess, support from staff now to help them with that?
Is there capacity?
Capacity.
Enough capacity?
Yeah, that's probably what I'm asking.
There is there's no even regeneration capacity, because we asked about helping for Akaroa and there was nothing available.
That's true, yeah.
This is maybe more of a parks planning capacity, because it's a reserve. Depending on whether or not, though, because Nigel talked about a village plan to them too, whether or not they wanted to look broader, but certainly focusing on just the reserve to begin with, parks planning. We could certainly scope it out and see what a process might look like.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
So Kathy just nudged me here. And said, we should talk about one of the 9 priorities, but we've got 9 priorities in our plan.
Yeah.
Are they all covered in terms of all of the things we should be putting in here around funding and some of those? I mean, there's a youth plan. I can't remember what the actions were, probably here somewhere.
Yeah.
Do we need to be actually maybe you guys want to think about that and come back to
Think
us.
about it, because next week is your community board.
Well, so okay, so the question is then, are we confident we're putting enough pressure, asking the right things to try and meet all these 9 priorities? And then, start meeting them the next year? Each of them. So, I mean, toilets, I think, is probably covered. So, about toilets, but there are other things.
Yeah, so you have had feedback from, because all of those priorities have gone to each of the units that are affected, supported delivering those priorities. So you've had feedback from the units about those, which is how you ended up with what you have in your draft plan, because if something was completely off the planet or unachievable, that wouldn't have got this far. And then you've got, remember, you do have 3 years, although you're already partway through the first year. I think the thing would be, because this is just an annual plan, which is supposed to be only a peak of the 3rd year of the long-term plan. Your big push, that's why you need your board plan, is for the long-term plan next year. So you get your plan over the line, then you do your planning and see what's in.
I understand that. That's obviously some of the things we need to get started on.
Yeah.
When do we see the feedback from people about our draft plan?
Yeah, it closed yesterday.
Right, yeah.
It closed yesterday and it's being analysed this week. And at your workshop on next Monday, the 23rd, we have a workshop on that. So staff will be coming back and with what to do with the feedback.
So we'll talk about as well as that, we'll talk about the council annual plan, that meeting as well. Is that right?
Yes, we've got a workshop just after it. So I have, that's what I was just going to wrap up and say that I will put together your submission on your direction that you gave me today and get it out to you. It might not be till Thursday, Friday, and then we'll be discussing it after the community board workshop.
Okay. So therefore, from this, can you look at, when you're looking at submissions and looking at the 9 priorities?
Oh, you have to talk to Ben.
Well, if you look at the submissions and the 9 priorities, pick out anything you think needs to be added into our submission to the council and the plan.
Yes.
To get us a head start on some of them.
I'm just aware of the time, and I know he needs to go, and we need to close with the karakia now. Una here, he te uratanui, ki wātia, ki nā, te nana, te tinana, te wairua, te aratata. Ko ia rā, ia rono, whakairia, ake ki rona, ki tina, ria,